Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I thought I was going to be first. I can't beat that sunshiny face.
Well, I feel like the sun today because it's really hot here. It's 85 and it feels like 90. So by the time we finish, by the time we hit about 2 o'clock today, it's going to be 90 and feel like 95. So, and we've got a couple fans going, but we couldn't turn on the big one because it's so noisy. So,
and you enjoy being out there in that heat?
Oh yeah. Well, we fish in it, but as long as there's a breeze, I'm okay usually. But we've had storms for the last week every day, and yesterday was the first day without rain. So all the moisture is it's sticky today, but
we're good. It is.
Do fine. Yeah.
Hey, Joey. Good to see you.
Hello, Joey.
Sister Sandra.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Peace and blessings to everybody.
Miss Sandra, you're looking beautiful again today.
Yes, you are.
All esteem to you, Husha. Thank you for your kind thoughts.
You're shining with his esteem. I
hope that's him with me.
I believe that maybe Brother Dan has already passed. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Gina told me last night that he wasn't responsive. That he said this morning she had to give his medicine, just put it in his mouth and letting it absorb to keep him out of pain. And I haven't heard from him. I'm thinking he's probably gone. Praise Yahushua. His suffering's over. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Welcome your new servant into your kingdom, Father. Open arms. Open your arms and let him in. And embrace Sister Gina.
Com space A-O-E space Y-O-U.
What's that?
E-O-N-I-N-G.
What is that?
But I don't know where it's coming from.
It's like AI, artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
I don't like AI.
I've always had artificial intelligence. I
don't like AI. I wish I could get them off my phone and off my computer.
Oh, I do too. I do not. I am not fond of that. So.
But I don't want to complain. I'm grateful.
Yes.
Yes. Grateful to know his name, grateful for one another and his loving kindness. Hallelujah. Hi, Sister JJ.
Hey, JJ. She's outdoors in the heat like me today. There you go. You got the river and I've got it. So
there's my little family under the tent over there, my son and my parents. So
okay.
I'm going to go out on the boat to do my study because they're not into Yahuwah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, honey, I got her, Mom. Oh, let me mute. Sorry.
She's probably keeping up with her dogs. I was not Brother Mark's talk last night. It was beautiful. About the menorah being the lamp in our light and the ruach. So when I was first being awakened it started back in late 2007. So when I was first being awakened, he used the lamp to wake me up. I'll have to share that with you sometime. But the only time in my life that I ever experienced visions, and it was the lamp. It was the menorah. And I didn't know what it was. He revealed it. He revealed it to me sometime later. And when he did, that was when the Ruach poured in and opened up the whole truth to me. So I just thought that was beautiful last night. I was like, wow, that's great. There she is. She's under her little shade.
I'm on the boat.
You're on the
That's
boat.
what I
You're under
thought.
the shade. I wouldn't want to be out there on our boat right now. No cover like you have.
Yeah, it's a big pontoon boat, so it's nice. I'm just pretending like I'm driving on the land, I guess.
There you go. Yeah.
I only brought one dog so that they didn't have a cow.
Oh, okay. I was wondering about that. Who did you bring?
Chevelle, since she has that hip dysplasia, she's the calmest, she doesn't try to, and they have a person that kind of follows around, just drives around on a golf cart around here to make sure that any dogs are not off leashes and they kick you out of the park. So
No, we don't want you kicked out. Or
no.
we
And
don't want
I don't have a charger, but my phone is on 95, but because I won't update my phone, I think that's why it drains so quick. But I'm going to stay on here until it dies, okay?
All right. You're here.
I'm
That's what's important.
Yeah,
So you guys having a
the
good trip?
batteries get old. Batteries just get old and don't hold their charge.
Yeah, I've been trying to delete all this stuff off of my phone to see if it was apps draining it, but I think it's getting upset because I won't update it.
Yeah.
I have to go rewatch the other half of last night's study because I fell asleep at 9:30. I just couldn't do it, June. I died. I've been getting up at 1:45 to go to work, and it's been rough.
It actually took me a little longer to fall asleep after the study was finished because I had all those scriptures going through my head, and
Yeah.
it's just praising Yahuwah. And I told Joe, I said, wow, are you sleepy? And I'm bright and bushy tailed, and he says, yeah, I'm kind of getting a little, heavy eyelids. And I said, how could you do that with all that going on? How could you get heavy eyelids? But yeah, it was beautiful. I enjoyed that last night.
So it was like Father was pouring out a little latter rain unto us last night.
Yes.
That's what I thought was so good about last night's study. It was like, you are hearing our prayers and you are taking care of us. So it's like he was giving us meat to grow by. And I said, oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It was so encouraging.
Yes, it was. Definitely. It was.
Anybody heard it? Are we on? Anybody heard anything about Phil's wife? I mean, mother?
Mm-mm. So I guess she's still not doing well.
I heard from Phil yesterday. Oh, I kind of stopped this. I'm watching it on both my iPad and my phone. Yeah, I got a message from Phil yesterday, and it was really, it was about the end times. And I don't know if Mark got it or not. I should have sent it on to Mark, but that's how he just sends me things. I think he picks up on Facebook, and I haven't heard from him except for that. I could text him.
Yes, you could.
I gotta turn this off. What about that information Mark was giving us about what was going on in Israel and Iran? And Mark said something. I was about to tell you. Now it's gone. I'll think of it. Oh, I know. He said he was wondering if we were going to have to suffer World War III and then go through the end times, whatever that's called. They've got a word for this horrific
The
time.
tribulation period.
The
The
what?
tribulation period.
Tribulation. Thank you.
Mhm.
So he's thinking we'll go World War III and then go into the tribulation, and he was thinking that was going to be devastating. But I'm thinking World War III is going to, put us into the tribulation because of all the melting flesh and all the nonsense. The fallout of the World War is going to put us in tribulation. It has to.
Yes, I think it's one of those things where we can have. I'm always asking myself these questions when I'm going through and studying. I think it's something that we will understand it as it unfolds. We'll see it more. But I told Joe, I said, just one nuclear missile in the right place in the USA is going to put everybody, you're off the internet, or you don't have your phones, if people don't have electricity, they panic. They don't know the old way that we were raised in. So they panic. You can't get gasoline, you can't go to the grocery store, everything's shut down. I mean, you see just a tornado move through and it shuts a whole town down. So
Well, you're exactly right, June. All you have to do is look at the pictures of the people who have been devastated by a bomb or a tornado. That's what we're going to be feeling when it hits.
So, and I was telling Joe, I said, really, all of us could end up with the clothes on our back, whatever we have. And, we were talking about that yesterday afternoon. You just have to be ready. He said, don't turn into your brother's house. Don't go back for anything. Just go. And we don't know where that, if that is us and that applies to us, we're just to go wherever we're directed to go at the time. So kind of like Abraham leaving Ur, he said, just go, just go. I'll show you when you get there. So I guess when that moment hits, he will show us when we get there where we're supposed to be. Yeah.
Joey has a friend with him.
Yeah, it's one of my daughters here. One of my children.
Nice to meet you, Sharon.
She hold on, don't do that. I was gonna say, I think that it kind of makes me sad whenever I think about like the tribulation, and it says even like a lot of the elect to get deceived. I just wonder like what's gonna get, what propaganda, aliens, or what is it gonna be? Makes me sad to think.
Well, Jean and I, we had talked about this, and I don't chase too many rabbits on the internet, things like that. But she keeps up with that stuff, and so she lets me know things like that. But she said that she felt like that it was going to be, they had all these holographic cameras and things up everywhere, and they're going to make it look like the J-Man is coming back, and there's going to be a lot of people to see it, and they're going to believe and think that. And when you see the AI intelligence, some of this stuff, my daughter sent me a video the other day, and she said, Mom, every single thing in this newscast is AI generated. None of these people are real. And it was, I showed it to Joe, and he said, "Those are real people," and I said, "Those are not real people."
I
So
know exactly which thing you're talking about. They say the same exact thing, and it's like a different person every time.
yes,
Yes, I saw that, and I was like, and I looked it up, and they have their own religion. Like, there's a religion made out of for technology, and it's like I looked it up yesterday. It's in my screenshots, but it's like techno-paganism is it's their new religion for AI. It's called techno-paganism. Isn't that crazy that they're calling it that?
That's insane.
It
And
is.
my son, my oldest son, Michael, has been designing webs. I mean, he designs web right now. He's working on a website that would be like Amazon. I mean, he's literally building this from the ground up. Hi, Oz and Sharon. And he said that it's scaring him because being a program, he can see AI, he can see it, but he said he can't anymore. He said somebody sent him a video, and he's good. I mean, he's the guy that people go to for help on their website. He's good. He can't figure it out himself. Your mic's off.
I think JJ, you said, did you want to say something?
I didn't know if you guys knew or not, but they're experimenting with Amazon using robots as their new delivery drivers. And I was like, I am so glad that I don't shop at Amazon, because if a robot showed up at my house, I'd probably go to jail because I would break it to pieces, being like, why are you at my house doing anything right? Like, I just don't. It's getting scary.
I'd like to introduce a friend of mine, Sarah, and a couple of her children there. I just want to send a shout out. I love you all.
Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Love everyone too. Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, that was Stephen. Hi, Stephen. And that's Madison, correct?
Hi, Grandma. Hi. We love you too very much. How's
I
everybody?
love you all.
Shabbat Shalom. Thank you. I'm always working. I'm trying to get my Saturdays off. I'm trying to get this day off. Sorry.
Yahusha can work
Hi.
miracles.
Huh? You're right. I'm gonna keep praying and hope that I get this day off just to start partaking in everything that I need to. I feel like I need to be filled with the word with other Natsarim, and it's hard when people don't share like beliefs or opinions, but I'm standing firm in my faith because I know he's moved mountains to help me and my children. And we've gone such a far way. And without him, we can't do anything. So praise Yahweh, praise Yahusha. Praise Yahusha. I need to keep saying that.
This woman is so strong in faith. She's been through a lot.
Yeah.
What are you all up to, Oz and Talitha?
Sorry?
Hi, Oz
What are
and
you up
Talitha.
to?
What are we up to? We're
Yeah.
trying to settle down here out of South Austin. And now we're like, oh man, it's like we came the wrong time to America. Like considering what everything is just like happening. But yeah, we're good. We're good.
Your timing, Oz, your timing is his timing. You are where he
for
wants
sure.
you to be. Yes.
Yeah, he's moving the pieces.
Yeah.
But it's interesting what JJ was saying about this like techno paganism thing, or like it's very it's getting there. Like what you were saying, June, about like, you know, holographic stuff and like the deep fake they call it. You know, everything that you see pretty much on Instagram and like a bunch of videos, they're all AI now. Like you can't really trust anything that you see. It's
Yes.
just like good points.
Well, you know, if they were to put up some kind of holographic image in the sky of this J Man coming back and several thousand people see this, then run out and say, "Oh, we saw him. You just didn't see him, but he's up here and he's over there," and that could really, really lead into some major definitely be attacked because we would be the ones saying, "No, that's not that's not him." So, yeah, that would be some real that would start some tribulation there. That would stir up a whole lot of people against us, and you know, you can just I experienced this earlier in the week. I go in one day uh, to a business, and I shared the name with them because they, this little necklace gets a lot of mileage, and they asked me, and I shared the name with them, and you know shared that we obey the commandments. And so then I went back to this business a few days later to pick up an item, and I was bombarded with God and J-Man. It was every single breath that came out of their mouth for 20 minutes. When before that question was asked, when I was in there the few days prior, it was like they were just kind of like looking at me like, what? Really? Yeah, I was bombarded with that name. I couldn't even talk a decent conversation with these people because they were so busy plugging in that name like that was a shield for them, which was really sad for me. I left very sad, but they know they're aware, so they've been told, and it's up to you after that. I'm out of it unless they call me and say, hey, we want to know more about this. But I did leave one of Lou's tracks, the Aleph and the Tau track, with them that day. So I don't know where that ended up at, but hopefully it'll end up in some hands who will prayerfully read that and come to know Yahuwah through that. So yeah, crazy stuff out there.
Well, Sister June, that is what people do when they have been introduced to the truth. Their flesh is in cognitive dissonance, and that's what was happening with them. It says in Fossilized Customs, page 3, it's about teachings and traditions, not people. It's about walking in truth, and there are 3 stages of the truth. It's considered ridiculous, it's violently opposed, and it's accepted as being self-evident. Those are the 3 stages that people go through. So right now, that's because they are not aware of it. They've been taught this, and that's what flesh does. And it takes Abba opening up the door of belief to them to receive what you have taught them. They're not going to just receive it overnight, but that's what the enemy does. Don't let it discourage you. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I'm not discouraged. I've known these people at this business for 53 years, and they know me, and they've really, I think they've seen me come and go, and they have seen me grow, because they ask questions. They're like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? So, but I do know one thing: they all have my number. They all have my number. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but they all have my number.
I've never seen Brother Mark be this late, but I'm wondering if we should start scripture. What do you think, Sharon?
I would like to say to Oz and Talitha, you're right on time, as Sister June had said. So our time is Yah's time now, and we're right on time. The other thing was that I've been going to a BIBLE study for the last 4 weeks, okay? And I have to hear all those words, but you know what? They're hearing all my words too that Yah has given me to give to them. And I praise Yah because the other day I wanted to take them some brochures. And Yah said, no. Well, guess what? She gave me 2 brochures on rapture. And so then Yah says, now you can give them brochures. So I said, okay. So sometimes it's right on time and we have to wait.
Thank you, Sharon. No, for sure. Actually, after the study on Saturday, I got so inspired, and I did a 3-day fast, like completely. So I only like drank a little bit of water throughout the day, you know. But yeah, it gave me like a lot of clarity about the fasting, like as a deep personal study on myself. I found it very very compiling towards like really carrying along with your personal strength, you know, because you have all these feelings and these thoughts constantly, and it's like, you know, you tend to say what you think, or here and there you tend to say what you say, what you feel. But there is, and sometimes it's like you don't want to feel certain things, but no matter what, you will feel hungry. Like hunger is something that everyone feels, right? It's a feeling that you can't take away. And when you're in hunger, and to actually try to overcome that hunger, and every time that I was hungry, like seriously, I grabbed scripture. I was like, this is my food. Like Talitha and the kids will have dinner. We'll be at the table having dinner. I will be reading scripture while they're eating their meal. You know, it's like, this is my meal. You know, this is where I'm getting fed from. And it was just like, I definitely encourage everyone to like, I want to make it more of a recurrent thing to do throughout the year and increase the length of the fast. Yeah, just wanted to share that.
Thank you for sharing.
Shalom, everybody. Let's go ahead and get started today. We're running late as it is. I don't mind y'all talking for a little while in the beginning, but we got to get going. We got like other people on here wanting to study scripture, not listen to us talk. So, always offer time at the end of the study. If y'all want to talk, you can stay on here 24 hours if you want to. I don't really care. But we have to respect other people in the beginning of the show. If not, I'll have to cut that all totally out. We just won't talk at all. So you see me flashing. Let's put it to an end so we can get started. Brother Phil can't be with us today, unfortunately, again. Pray for Brother Phil, please. And keep him in your prayers and in your thoughts. He says that he should be back soon. Okay, so with that said, we're going to move past Brother Phil again, and we're going to pick up with Sister June. So Sister June has been assigned Micah, however you want to say it. And are you ready today, Sister June?
Oh, I have been ready. Yes, I am ready. Thank you.
Okay. All righty then. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Sister June, and she's going to lead us into the study of Mikah today. And hopefully it's going to be a great study. So, Sister June?
I have a couple of, I'm not sure if I can do these share screens, Mark. I don't know if I can do it from here. It said to hit the present button. I don't know if you want to try that.
I don't think you can do it, but
it said I could.
I can look it up and put it up there for you.
Okay, that'll be fun. Yeah, I would like you to look up the two kingdoms where we have the Southern Kingdom and the Northern Kingdom.
Oh, okay. I already have that here somewhere.
Yeah, you got that somewhere.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
So I'll
Here
need
it is.
yeah, I'll need that in a
Here
few
it comes.
minutes.
Here comes the divided kingdom.
Yeah. So we'll have that. Now, first of all, before I get started, I would like to say all esteem to Yahuwah. And I want Yahuwah to use my mouth as a vessel today. And I just want him to open eyes and open ears that they're going to see and that they're going to hear. And I thank and I praise in the name of Yahushua that his will be established. So yeah, that's a good one. Thank you. So here we have the two kingdoms, and we're going to be referring a lot at this today. We're going to be seeing that. So it's very important that we establish in our mind the difference between these two kingdoms. Micah, he was the first one to talk to both of these kingdoms. So there down on the bottom, we have the Southern Kingdom, which is Judah, and that's Judah and Benjamin. And then the Northern Kingdom up there at the top was the 10 tribes. And so that was the 10 tribes that they backslid. So that includes Ephraim and Manasseh there. So, all right. Thank you, Mark. Okay. And before I get started on this, I would like to recommend everyone listening to check out this book here. I don't know if you can see that well. I had ordered this off Tourzone. Reading through this study of the two house restoration of Israel has, I read this book and then I just simply picked up Mikah and read through Micah and then went back and read this book again. And, these are our ancestors. If we claim to be who we are, these are our ancestors we're reading about. And I think that's just a whole different take. These are ancestors. So we've come from this. We've been engrafted in, and we're part of them. So I suggest there's a couple things in here. This guy, he's not real straight on a couple things, but for the majority of it, that's a good read, and it's going to put you into a better perspective of where we're coming from. Micah simply begins by telling us that he's from Moresheth, and that's a small town in Judah. It's about 25 miles from Jerusalem, and it was in a fertile region called the Shephelah, and it was called the inheritance of Gath. So this was a city that was captured by David in 1 Chronicles 18. And this region was beautiful, fertile farmland. And so Micah may have been a farmer. We don't know his occupation, but regardless of that, he was used by Yahuwah for a great purpose as prophet. And he was the only prophet that was sent to both kingdoms. And he was talking to the average man and what was going on. So he was a contemporary of Husha or Hosea and Amos in Israel. And he was a contemporary of Isaiah, who was in Judah. Micah has an amazing number of prophecies. that we're going to see as we read through this. So that being said, I need someone to read for me, and we're going to read chapter 1, but I only want you to read verses 1 through 7. So who would like to start with that? Phyllis, we'll let Phyllis do that.
Micah chapter 1. The word of Yahuwah that came to Micah of Moresheth in the yeoman of Jotham, Achaz, Kizkiah, sovereigns of Yehuda, which he saw concerning Shamaron and Jerusalem. Hear, all you peoples, listen, Eretz, and all who are in it, and let the Master Yahuwah be a witness against you. Yahuwah from his set apart hekel. For look, Yahuwah is coming out of his place, and he shall come down and shall tread on the high places of the Eretz, and the mountains shall melt under him, and the valleys be cleft as wax before the fire, as man poured down a steep place. That would be volcanic. All this is for the transgression of Jacob and for the sins of the house of Israel. What is the transgression of Jacob? Is it not Shomeron? And what are the high places of Yehuda? Are they not Jerusalem? And I shall make Shomeron a heap in the field, places for planting a vineyard. And I shall pour down her stones into the valley and uncover her foundations.
Thank you, Phyllis. Oh, did you finish, Phyllis? Did I cut you off?
Oh, you want me to read 7 also?
Yeah, go ahead and finish that one.
Sorry, my bad.
It's okay.
And all her carved images shall be beaten in pieces, and all her gifts be burned with the fire, and all her idols I shall lay waste, for she gathered it from the hire of a whore, and they shall return to the hire of a whore.
Okay, thank you. Can anyone tell me what were these kings, especially Jotham and Ahaz, what were they doing, or what were they allowing to happen? Yes, Sandra.
They were sacrificing in the high places, worshiping idols and false deities, and not keeping the commandments of Yahuwah.
Yes. Let's take a peek. Let's go over to let's go to 2 Kings. Let's go to 2 Kings 32 and 32. Let's hop over there. That's 2nd Malachim or 2 Kings, chapter 32. Here, let me find. There's no chapter 32 in 2 Kings. Maybe that's 1 Kings, guys.
June, what page is that on? You know?
Let's go to, it says 412. So let's go to 412. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 16. I was looking at the wrong thing. Sorry about that, guys. 2 Kings chapter 16, 1 through 4. In the 17th year of Piquach, son of Ramal Yahu, Ahaz, son of Jotham, sovereign of Yehuda, began to reign. He was 20 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 16 years in Jerusalem. And he did not do what was right in the eyes of Yahuwah, his Elohim, as his father Daud had done. But he walked in the way of the sovereigns of Israel. And he also made his son pass through the fire, according to the abominations of the Gentiles, whom Yahuwah had dispossessed from before the children of Israel. And he slaughtered and burned incense on the high places and on the hills and under every green tree. So there we have what Sandra had told us they were on the high places, they were sacrificing, they were even taking their sons through the fire. Normally, a lot of them did their firstborn and took them through the fire. So let's go back to Micah, and in verse 2, it says, "Hear all you people, listen, Aretz, and all who are in it, and let the master Yahuwah be a witness against you, Yahuwah from his set apart hekel." So he says, let the master Yahuwah be a witness against you. So what is his witness? What is Yahuwah's witness against us? Yes, Sandra.
Isn't it the I don't know for sure. Is it the 10 Deborim that he gave Musha?
Okay. Yes.
He had Shamaim and the arrest as a witness that they were supposed to obey those laws.
Yeah. Yes. And let's check out and let's just see some of these witnesses. Let's just go to Bereshith, or that's Genesis. Should be around page 51. I put some of these page numbers down just where we could find them a little bit faster. But if we go to Bereshith, or Genesis 31 and verse 45. So we're going to look at some witnesses. It says, so Jacob took a stone and set it up as a standing column. And Jacob said to his brothers, gather stones. And they took these stones and they made a heap, and they ate there on the heap. And Laban called it Yagar Sahadutha, but Jacob called it Gilead. And Laban said, this heap is a witness between you and me today. So you will see this back in the times of the Hebrews. They would set up a witness. So a stone or a column, something there that bared witness of a covenant or a promise that they had made to each other. So let's look at Isaiah chapter 8. That should be around page, mine might be a little off from yours. I might have a different version, but close to 459. It's Yeshayahu, or Isaiah. And let's look at, I'm off here. I don't know why I'm off here. Let me see. I went through these last night, made sure I had them straight. Now I'm not finding them.
There's 10. That looks like 10. It says,
yeah.
My witness.
28. Yeah, read that for me, Joe.
Isaiah 43:10. You are my witnesses, declare Yahuwah, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you know and believe me, and understand that I am he. Before me there was no owl formed, nor after me there is none.
Okay.
I am Yahuwah, and besides me there is no deliverer.
Okay.
I wanted to add that.
That's okay. So here in Isaiah, we see that his witnesses were individuals. So we've got people here that are witnesses. And then I'm not going to go to Deuteronomy 31, but as Sandra said, the Torah is a witness. So let's turn to Deuteronomy 4:26. I don't know if I'm going to trust my page numbers I wrote down or not anymore. Should be around 202. Deuteronomy 4:26 says, I shall call the Shemaim and the Arets, so we have the heaven and the earth, to witness against you on that Yom, that you should soon completely perish from the land, which you pass over the Jordan to possess, you do not prolong your yeomen in it, but are completely destroyed. So let's look at one last one here. Let's see. No, let's look at two more. Let's go over to Ibiram or Hebrews. I'm going to go to Hebrews or Ibiram chapter 4. That should be, I don't know what page, 1175, somewhere around there. I'm fighting the fan. It's blowing my pages. Okay, so Ibiram 4, verses 12 and 13. Who would like to read that for me? Yes, Sandra. I got in a little late.
You said 12 and 14?
12 through 13.
12 to 13. For the word of Yahuwah is living and working and sharper than any two-edged sword, cutting through even to the dividing of beam and ruach and of joints and marrow, and able to judge the thoughts and intentions of the heart. And there is no creature hidden from his sight, but all are naked and laid bare before the eyes of him with whom is our account.
Okay. And so let's turn, JJ, you can pick this one up for me if you want. Go to Psalms or Tehillim 90, verse 2.
$6.82.
Yeah, it should be around 682.
90 verse 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before the mountains were born, or you had brought forth the arets and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, you are all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So here we see that this witness and let the master be, Yahuwah be a witness against you. So what he's saying here is everything, the Aleph and the Tau, everything from eternity into eternity is a witness against us. And it's against these people, because even the rocks, the mountains, his word, everything that's ever been created is a witness. So let's look at verse 3. It says he will tread on the high places. So does anyone have any idea what he means by tread on high places? Yes, Phyllis.
I think he's going to be knocking down the high places are usually where they go and worship the deities. And so he's going to tread on them. In fact, he said he's going to level them, all of them.
Mm-hmm. Let's read Amos. Let's go over to Amos and look at, I'm getting into Phil's territory, aren't I? Let's go over to Amos and look at chapter 4, verse 13. And it says, for look, he who forms mountains and creates the wind, and he who declares to man what his thought is, and makes the morning darkness, and he who treads the high places of the arets, Yahuwah Elohim Zebaoth is his name. So tread is used a number of times throughout the book of Micah. And what this is saying is it's signifying Yahuwah's authority. It means he has dominion. He is able to judge and cause destruction. So he, Yahuwah himself, chooses the course of action, and it will be. So this is showing, when he's treading, it's showing his authority. Let's see. I'm thinking. I thought I had a little note here, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. So verse 3 also says that he's coming out of his high place. So when it says that he's coming out of his high place, it tells us that he is actively intervening and manifesting his power and his authority. So he's intervening, he's coming out, and he's making things happen. I thought it was interesting to note that in Deuteronomy 33:29, he was speaking with the Israelite people. And we see in that chapter that when they were with him, they were the ones that were treading down the high places. And when he pulls away from them because of their disobedience, now they are the ones that are being tread upon by him himself. So I thought that was pretty neat there. Now, in verse 4, we see a vivid statement describing Yahuwah. So, verse 4, is there anyone that would like to read that and explain to me exactly what you believe that is telling us?
Would you repeat the reference?
Verse 4 of Micah. Yes, Phyllis.
Well, this is talking to me about a volcano,
Okay.
and the mountains shall melt under him because he created it, and he doesn't. And all he has to do is think it, and it just happens.
Okay, Sandra.
So it's kind of like he is also referencing his second coming when he treads his foot down up on Mount. Let me see. On Sinai, Mount Horeb. He's gonna come because Yahuwah is a consuming fire. So he's coming with his wrath. Sort of like a reference to his day of wrath, that he's gonna bring and burn all these high places with his consuming fire and his anger, is what it kind of like sounds like there to me. It's sort of like futuristic a little bit.
Okay, and that's very good, because we're gonna get to that in this 1 through 7 here in a moment. So we're working toward that. Very good. Let's look at Nahum or Nahum. I think it's page 621. Yes. Let's look at Nahum chapter 1 and verse 5 through 6. Who would like to read 5 and 6 of Nahum for me? Yes, Oz. Go ahead, Oz.
Verse 5. Mountains have shaken before him, and the hills have melted, and the earth is lifted up at his presence, and the world and all who dwell in it. Who stands before his rage, and who rises up in the heat of his displeasure? His wrath is poured out like fire, and the rocks have been broken by him.
Okay, so we kind of see a similar thing going on there in Nahum. And so those mountains are a symbol of Yahuwah's stability and permanence. I mean, it's like when we walk outside and we look around, we expect that mountain that we've been seeing every day to be there. And so that gives us a sense of permanence and stability. But when Yahuwah steps on the scene, these mountains are fragile and they're just broken into pieces right before our eyes. And it says that this will happen when he returns, it says he will come up and he will divide the mountain of Zion. I believe it was the mountain of Zion. He says he'll part it, and part of it will go left and part of it will go right. So if you're familiar with, some years back, I'm not sure what date, 19 or 1800s, land between the lakes, between Tennessee and Kentucky, was formed that way. There was this big earthquake and this big hill and mountain broke apart. Now you have a huge valley and lake there, and it's just amazing to see that happen. So he shows us that in comparison, nothing compares with his power. Someone turned to Psalm 97, and I would like you to read for me from Psalms 97. It should be around 685. So Tehillim chapter 97. Okay, JJ, verses 5 through 9, please.
Okay. Psalms 95, 5 through 9.
97. Did you get Psalm 97?
Oh, 97. I'm so sorry.
Yes, 97.
97, verse 5. The mountain shall melt like wax before the face of Yahuwah, before the face of the master of all the Eret. The Shamayim shall declare his justness, and the people shall see his esteem.
Okay.
All are put.
Go, keep on. I'm just saying, okay, I agree. I'm in agreement.
Okay. All are put to shame who serve carved images, those boasting of matters of nothingness. Bow yourselves to him, all you mighty ones. Zion shall hear and be glad, and the daughters of Yehuda rejoice because of your right rulings, Yahuwah. For you, Yahuwah, are the most high over all the Eret. You shall be greatly exalted over all mighty ones.
Yes, thank you. So yes, Phyllis.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that what you said about the mountains being a symbol of solidity and permanence, like many things. I mean, we take giant trees and we just have comfort that they're going to be there. But Yahushua is going to come and show us you can't depend upon anything. I really like that. Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome. So these people in this time that Micah has been sent to, they've strayed. They're in disobedience, and they really saw themselves as being spiritually stable and powerful. But Yahuwah is going to come in, and he's telling them he's going to strip them. He's going to strip them of their abominations. He's going to break it apart, and he's going to cleanse them. We're going to see a cleansing time to come in. So in verse 5, it says, all this is for the transgression of Jacob and the sins of the house of Israel. What is the transgression of Jacob? Is it not Shomron or Samaria? And what is the high places of Yehuda? Are they not Jerusalem? So what is the Jacob's transgression here? What did it just tell us? What is Jacob's transgression? Yes, Sandra.
If I'm correct, I think what happened was Shomron had made a law. They had made a law not to go to Jerusalem to worship where Yahuwah had put his name. And they remember that when Yahushua was talking to the woman at the well, and he said, well, your people said on this mountain, he said, our people say on this mountain is where we worship Yahuwah. I think Yehoram had built a calf there and told them it was too far for them to go to Jerusalem to worship Yahuwah. And Yahushua told her, look, neither on this mountain or in Jerusalem, but the true worshipers will worship him in Ruach and in truth. So in other words, they were looking at the physical, and he was trying to teach her about, for us being his body, going to worship him within whatever we do, wherever we go, we're going to worship him. But at that time, during the days of Micah, this is what was happening. They were not going to Jerusalem to worship him where he had put his name. They were worshiping him there in the high places.
Okay. Oz, did you have something? I don't know if I thought I saw his hand up.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Oz, did you have something to share?
No.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Okay, so Judah is facing the consequences for the actions of Israel, the 10 tribes. So we have Judah and Benjamin here, and they're facing the consequences for them. Now, Judah was viewed as being responsible for the spiritual state of all of Israel. So, after all, Judah produced King Daud and the family lineage of David. The tabernacle, or the set apart place, was there in Jerusalem. And the prophecies of a future lawgiver who was Messiah would come from Judah. So there's a lot of stuff going there. Now, Judah, as we know, Judah had been responsible for Joseph. Remember that? Judah was responsible for his young brother, Joseph. So therefore, Judah itself was responsible for Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were in these 10 tribes of northern Israel. Let's look at Genesis chapter 43. 43:9 should be page 64. So here we have Judah, or Yehudah, and he's speaking and he says, I myself shall stand guarantee for him. And he's talking about Joseph here, or Benjamin, I'm sorry. From my hand are you to require him. If I do not bring him back to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. So here we have Yehudah, and he's willing, he's going to stand up, and he's already lost Joseph, and he just cannot lose Benjamin. He said, for if we had not delayed, truly by now we could have returned the second time. So if we skip over here to 44, chapter 44, who would like to read verse 32 and 33 for me?
Okay.
Okay, Joe's going to do that for us.
32. For your servant went guarantee for the boy to my father, saying, if I do not bring him back to you, then I shall be a sinner before my father forever. And now, please let your servant remain instead of the boy as a slave to my master, and let the boy go up with his brothers.
Okay, so he stood in and he's being a guarantor. So that Hebrew word for guarantor is Arab. It's like A-W-R-A-B, Arab. I don't know if you can get that through my southern there. But it means one and the same, as if they are interwoven together. Like if you're weaving the cloth and you're interwoven. So Judah, even though we see a separation here of these two tribes here in the south and the 10 in the north, they're still interwoven. Judah's responsible. So it's the same thing. It's a verb. It's a doing word. It's a verb that means a life for a life. So that's how they see this, is a life for a life. So yes, Jerusalem is responsible for the 10 tribes. he's responsible because they broke off from him, but that doesn't make him any less responsible. It's like I have a younger sister or two younger sisters, and they break off from me, but that doesn't make me any less responsible for them. They're my family. And if there's no one else there to take care of them, it's my responsibility to take care of them. So, as in Samaria's consequences, so when Samaria suffers the consequences for what's going to happen to them, because Judah's responsible, Jerusalem is also going to suffer the consequences. Yes, Oz.
So I understand that Judah was responsible for his brother, but I don't understand why is he responsible for the other 11 of them,
Or yeah, because they're family and they're related. So he's got because they're his brothers. They're the tribes. They're the 12 tribes that start all this. So when they separate, so you don't literally have Benjamin over here in the 10 tribes, but you have his descent. Well, Benjamin is actually with Judah. But you have the Joseph's sons who are in the 10 tribes. And so he's responsible for not only Joseph and Benjamin. So, I had this clip and I was really hoping I could screen share that. I don't know if you can see that. You'll see down on can you see that? Okay, guys. I don't know if you can. Okay. So down on the bottom there, you have Judah and you have Benjamin. And on the top there, you have the 10 tribes, which are Joseph's sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, and their descendants. Yes, Sandra.
We're just asking a question for clarity.
Okay.
So it's like when Cain had killed Abel, and he said, "Am I my brother's keeper?" Because when Yahuwah looks upon them, he don't look upon them as two separate kingdoms. He looks upon them as one. Yaqub is Yisrael. He changed Yisrael's name, Yaqub's name, to Yisrael, and they were all 12 sons. And so that's why he said here, is it not Shemaron? In other words, the separation that they're in and the idolatry that the 10 tribes are practicing, because all of the 10 tribes never had a king that led them back to the laws of Yahuwah. They all this idolatry and led the people away from Yahuwah. So basically, that's why he is saying, is it not Shamaron?
Right.
The high places, the idolatry, the disobedience. That's you are. In other words, you are your brother's keeper. You're going to suffer because, like you're saying, Judah was guaranteed.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's sort of like a type in a.
Yeah. And so let's look at a type and an anti-type. Let's go to Iberim or Hebrews, chapter 7. And let's look at verse 22. I'm sorry if you hear the noise. There's some traffic out here. So that's Iberim 7 and 22. Who'd like to read that for me? Go ahead, Sandra.
By as much as this, Yahusha has become a guarantor of a better agreement. Means arrangement, order, or process.
Okay. So he took action. Yahusha took action, and he gave himself as guarantor a better arrangement for us in being the slaughter sacrifice for us. He's our guarantor. So he took his love, he took responsibility. Just like we see here, they're responsible for one another. He took that responsibility himself, come in the flesh. He took that responsibility as guarantor. He did it. A verb. He did that, and he stood in a life for a life. He gave his life so that we could have life. So there's your type and your antitype right there. So so let's go back over to Mikah, and let's this verse 3-6, which we've been talking about. Are we seeing that this could be a foreshadow of the day of Yahuwah? This is what Sandra had brought up earlier, and the millennial reign. So we're seeing, like she said, the mountains are melting. We're seeing him come in and put his authority and
The Mount Olives.
standing in. He's being responsible, and he's coming in, and he's holding everyone responsible. So in the day of Yahuwah, let's look at in verse 6, it says, and I shall make Shamaran, or Samaria, a heap in the field. And this is interesting here. Places for planting a vineyard. So that places for planting a vineyard. Let's look at Amos chapter 9. That should be around, it's real close to where we're at now, 6:10. It's right back a couple pages there. So Amos chapter 9, who would like to read verses 13-15? JJ.
So verses 13 to the end?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Look, the Yaman are coming, declares Yahuwah. That plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes, who sow seed, and the mountains shall drip new wine, and all the hills melt. And I shall turn back the captivity of my people Yisrael, and they shall build the waste cities that inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards and drink wine from them, and shall make gardens and eat their fruit. And I shall plant them on their own soil, and not uproot them any more. From their own soil I have given them, said Yahuwah your Elohim.
Okay, so we have there places he's going to clean up. And we have places for planting a vineyard that has beautiful, producing, good spiritual growth here. We have this in these chapters. So in these verses. So in these verses 6 and 7, we are seeing the first prophecy in Micah also that Samaria is going to be destroyed. And who destroyed Samaria? Who knows who destroyed Samaria? Okay, it would be Ashur. Ashur, that's Assyria. And so they came in and they attacked Assyria and destroyed them around 722. We're going to read some of this a little later about Assyria. This isn't just like hey, this country hates us and they're coming in to destroy us. They actually had real close bonds with them. They were doing the things that Assyria was doing. And we have to be careful. We have to be careful that we're not doing the things that Rome is doing. So this was this relationship that they had. They were doing everything that Assyria done, and I'm going to get into that. We're going to read a little bit about that here in a little while. So right now, let's go to Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 10. So that should be around page 484. Yeshayahu, or Isaiah chapter 10. Let me find my page. Did I get the right page?
434.
Yeah, that's it. 434. I'm on the wrong page. But thank goodness for sticky notes and bookmarks, guys. So page 434 should be real close to that. And we're going to look at chapter 10, verses 5 through 15. Who would like to read those for me? Oz? Go ahead, Oz.
Verses 5. Woe to Shushur, the road of my displeasure, and the staff in whose hand is my displeasure. Against a defiled nation I send him, and against the people of my wrath I command him to seize the spoil, to take the prey, and to treat them down like the mud of the streets.
Mm-hmm.
But he does not intend so, nor does his heart think so. For it is in his heart to destroy, and cut off not a few nations. For he says, Are not my princes sovereigns? Is not Calno like Carchemish? Is not Hamath like Arpad? Is not Shemiron like Damascus? As my hand has found the reins of the idols, whose carved images excel those of Jerusalem and Shemiron, as I have done to Shemiron and her idols, do I not do also to Jerusalem and her idols? And it shall be when Jehovah has performed all his work on Mount Zion and on Jerusalem, that I shall punish the fruit of the greatness of the heart of the sovereign of Shushur, and the boasting of his haughty looks. For he has said, By the power of my hand I have done it, and by my wisdom, for I have been clever, and I removed the boundaries of the people, and have brought their treasuries, and I put down the inhabitants like a strong one. And my hand finds the riches of the people like a nest, and I have gathered all the reds like forsaken eggs are gathered. And there was no one who moved his wing, nor opened his mouth with even a peep. Will that axe boast itself over him who chops with it, or that saw exalts itself over him who saws with it? As a rod waving those who lift it up, as a staff lifting up that which is not wood.
Okay, very good. I'm going to skip over to Isaiah or Yeshayahu chapter 46, verse 9 through 11. And it says, Remember the former events of old, for I am all, there is no one else. Elohim, and there is no one like me, declaring the end from the beginning, and from of old that which has not yet been done, saying, My counsel does stand, and all my delight I do, calling a bird of prey from the east, the man who executes, the bird of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a distant land. Indeed, I have spoken, I bring it to pass, I planned it, I do it. So they've used Assyria. He's going to use Assyria to bring down Samaria, but Assyria can take no credit for doing this because Yahuwah has plainly stated, I'm using you for my purpose. And then he turns around and he destroys Assyria. So, and he says, I plan it, I do it. That's what he's saying. I plan it, I do it. So, he's using, and he's basically allowing an evil, disobedient people to destroy his disobedient people. So he's allowing this to happen. So let's go back to Micah and look at verse 7. It says, and all of her carved images will be beaten in pieces, and all of her gifts be burned with fire, and all of her idols will lie waste. For she gathered it from the hire of a whore, and they will return from a hire of the whore. What is this verse telling us? Can anyone tell me what is this verse telling us? Okay, let's go over to Debarim or Deuteronomy, and let's look at chapter 23. And we're going to go down to verse 18. So Debarim or Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 18. I'll give you a second to get there. Okay, 23:18 in Deuteronomy says, do not bring the gift of a whore or the pay of a dog. So this pay of a dog would be a male prostitute. Okay, so we got the females and the males. This is a male prostitute. And it says, do not bring the pay of the whore or the pay of a dog to the house of Yahuwah, your Elohim, for any vowed offering. For both of these are an abomination to Yahuwah, your Elohim. So it's an abomination to bring in a gift from whoring or prostitution, or bring in a gift of money or whatever it may be from a business that you have that supports that have been attained by whoring against Yahuwah. Yes, Phyllis.
You just said I was going to say that's not, I was getting confused for a minute because I thought you were talking about literal fleshly prosecution, but you're referring to and I took it like this, that it was something that you would offer to I don't know, if you would offer something to an idol, or don't bring a Christmas tree into a building where you want to worship Yahuwah, like the Christians like to do.
Okay, Sandra?
I was wondering, just for clarity, I'm asking this question. So technically, this is saying Yisrael has played the whore in breaking Yahuwah's commandment and worshiping these idols, and the whore is bringing the hire of a whore. From her whoring, she's bringing forth whoring, is what I'm saying. Is that what it means?
Yes, all the things that they're doing that are in disobedience.
Right.
And we're gonna see this in the next chapters, where they're really doing some really bad things, and they're using this. And the worst of it is they're coming in to make a vow to Yahuwah. And this vow is a promise. This word for vow in Hebrew is nader. So it was a promise to Yahuwah in the form of a sacrifice to fulfill their desire, or something more that they wanted. Have you ever seen people say, well, I'll be good, and I'll go over here and do this, if you give me a new car, or it's just, they were coming in with all these insane vows and requests. We have an airplane going over. But they were making a commitment to do something, and then they weren't going through with it. And the worst of it was with their vow that they were coming in with, they were bringing it in from their offering. They were bringing it in selfishly, from already taking advantage of these people. So selfish request. And they were making false promises, like, I'll do this if you fulfill this, and if you do this. It was just fake worship, and it wasn't going to amount to anything. Wasn't going to amount to anything. So the last of this verse says, it will return to the hire of the whore. So what he's telling them is once Assyria moves in and takes them, they're going to pick up the booty. They're going to pick up all the costly raiment. They're going to pick up all the gold, all the silver, everything that they spent all this time ripping people off and robbing them and stealing. And the Assyrians were going to come in, and they were not only going to take it, they were going to lift it up, and they were going to take it back to their deities, temples, and worship sites, and use it for exactly where it came from to start with. So it was just all useless. Anyone have any thoughts or comments or questions about what we're going over? Okay, so we're doing good,
So
right?
let me see if I get an understanding. So they're gathering from whoring, and they're going to return to whoring.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Okay.
right. Everything that they've gathered up and everything that they have learned to do, which is in direct violation of Yahuwah and his commandments, is going to return back to the evil where it came from to start with. So it's not really, it's not really going anywhere. It's just going to return.
Like a dog returning to her own vomit, huh?
That's right. That's right, Sandra. I agree with that one. Okay, so we're going to read Micah.
Not a dog, but a sow.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Micah verses 8 through 16. Phyllis, did you want to finish that for me?
I'll try to go all the way this time.
Well, that'll be okay. Just finish it.
Micah chapter 1 verse 8. Because of this I lament and howl. I go stripped and naked. I mourn like jackals and mourn like ostriches, for her wounds are incurable. For it has come to Yehuda, it has come to the gate of my people, to Jerusalem. Do not declare it in Gath. Weep not at all in Beth Aphra. Roll yourself in the dust. Pass by in nakedness and shame. You inhabitant of Shephir, the inhabitant of Sinan has not gone out. The lamentation of Beth Estel takes from you its standing place. Though the inhabitants of Marath waited for good, yet evil came down from Yahuwah to the gate of Jerusalem. Inhabitant of Lachish harnessed the cherished to the horse. She was the beginning of sin to the daughter of Sion, for the transgressions of Israel were found in you. Therefore you shall give parting gifts to Moresheth Gath, the houses of Achzeb, becoming a deception to the sovereigns of Israel. Again I shall bring a dispossessor to you, O inhabitant of Mareshah. The esteem of Israel shall come to Adullam.
Mm-hmm.
Make yourself bald and cut off your hair for the children of your delight. Enlarge your baldness like an eagle, for they shall be exiled from you. I did not understand a word I read.
Well, we will. We're going to get there. Okay, so Micah he's openly mourning here. He's mourning for Samaria and Jerusalem. And in verse 10, he tells them, he says, do not declare this in Gath. Can anybody tell me, what's Gath? Can anybody tell me that?
Isn't that the land of the Philistines?
There you have it. Yes, it is. It's
Palestine?
the capitals of the Philistines. Yes. Let's look over at 2 Shemuel or 2 Samuel. Should be around page 329. And let's look at chapter 1, verse 20. Who'd like to read that for me? There you go, Sandra. Go ahead, Sandra.
Did you say 329?
Oh, 120. I'm sorry.
2 Samuel chapter 1, verse 20.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Let me get there. I apologize.
That's okay.
So I have declare it not in Gath, proclaim it not in the streets of Ashkelon, lest the daughters of the Philistine rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised exult. Mountains of Gilboa, no dew or rain be upon you, nor fields of offerings, for there the shield of the mighty lay rejected, and the shield of Shaul, not an anointed oil. This is a praise that Daoud sung for the loss of Shaul.
That's right. Yes, he did. He sang that praise, and we're seeing this. We're seeing this brought over here into the time of Micah. The Philistines are their enemies, so he didn't want the Philistines to be rejoicing over the loss of Shaul and Jonathan. So Micah here is emphasizing the importance of mourning, and in mourning, the importance of turning back. It's wanting them to turn back to Yahuwah. So continuing through the end of this chapter, Micah is going to use, and this is where Phyllis says, I don't understand anything of what I read. So at the end of this chapter, Micah, it's kind of like a weird poem, but it's puns and play on words that talk about the judgment that's coming. So now it's very important to grasp the fact that in Hebrew, a name meant something. I know that when I named my children, I said, well, I'm going to give them, I was reading through the new writings at the time, and I said, I'm going to give them the old writing name, and then I'm going to give them a Roman name. And that's what I did. So all of them have a name, a biblical name or a Roman name to go with it. But he's using a play on words here, and names mean something. And I know this from experience. I really feel like what you name your child, be careful what you name your children, because you're going to see they give you a character. They identify you and a destiny. So that being said, I don't feel like I'm a June at all. I've never liked my name, but my name in Hebrew is Elizabeth, and it's Elisheba, and Elisheba means Elohim is my oath. And that's where I've been. That's where I've been. And I feel that name. I love my middle name. I wish people would just call me Elisheba. So, but it defines your character and a destiny. So starting here in Micah, we see this, and just try to follow me along here, because this was, I like to have never got through this, but the first mention here of these cities was Beth Ephraim. And Beth Ephraim sounds like dust in Hebrew. So he says, roll yourself in dust, you who are dust. You can anticipate judgment. And then he goes to the town of Shafir. And Shafir in Hebrew meant very pleasant. So this town would be very pleasant, but his play on words meant it will not be pleasant much longer. So he's giving them judgment warnings through each name of these towns. Zainun, I don't know, it's hard to keep up with them in here. I should have highlighted them, but Zainun. Now, the town Zainun was similar to the Hebrew word that meant exit or leave. And he says, Zanan, they have not gone out. And so he's telling them that they will have no exit, that when their attacker comes, there will be no exit for them. They will be literally shut up and locked in their town. So they're not going to get to flee. Beth Etzel, the town of Beth Etzel, means a nearby city. So when judgment comes, the nearness of that city won't help anyone. Their attackers will be all over it. No one will be able to flee there for help. So it's not going to help anyone. And then we see the city of Meroth. Meroth, we see that in Miriam. It means bitter. So that town meant bitter. And so it says, Micah's telling them, when judgment comes, you will know much bitterness. Like you've not even experienced a touch of bitterness by your name, but you will. Lachish. Lachish means invincible. So it's like the Hebrew phrase, to the horses. In judgment, they will flee in chariots of horses. Israel's sin was rooted in Lachish. That was a major city. It was the most important city next to Jerusalem. So they're thinking this city is invincible and it can't be taken. But it says they will actually jump in their chariots and they will escape. They will try to escape the city by running in their chariots of horses. And then we come down to Moresheth Gath in verse 14. And this is where Micah lived. So it sounds very close to the Hebrew word for betrothal or betrothed. And they are going to be taken along with their wedding gifts or the booty or everything that they have. And they're going to be given to a new husband. And their new husband is going to be Assyria. So it's going to take them and they're going to be married. Now everything's going to belong to Assyria. So she's going to be remarried into Assyria. She's going to have a new husband. And then Akzib, the Hebrew sounds like deceitful. The town deceitful or disappointing. So in judgment, this city of Akzib will fall so fast that it's going to be a complete disappointment to all of Israel because it's just going to fall on its knees. So it's basically worthless. It's deceitful. And then Moreshah, which is our last one on this list, is a Hebrew name related to possessor or an heir. So in judgment, the army will soon inherit this. So he's just kind of going through there and he's naming these cities and he's telling them how their judgment is going to appear when the Assyrians come in and start taking these cities. In my mind, I am I know we travel a lot, but in my mind, I always try to keep everything right in one little place. Like, we're right here, but I don't see the big picture. So he's painting the big picture here and showing this destruction, how it's going to reach all across the 10 tribes. And he's going to take them all. And they're just going to come in with devastation and they're going to take it from them. So, when I was reading through, let's see, I got to make sure I don't skip a page. I have some written on the back. When I read through this, it brought to mind Ezekiel chapter 23. Now, this is going to be a long chapter, so I really want somebody to read this for me. Let's go to Ezekiel or Hekeskel 23, 1 through 49. Should be close to page 561.
I read it.
Okay, take off, Sandra.
Yeketsko
Yeah, read through one verse through 49. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeketsko chapter 23, verse 1 through 49.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The word of Yeketsko came to me saying, Son of man, there were two women, daughters of one mother, and they whored in Mitzrayim. They whored in their youth. There their breasts were handled, and there their maiden nipples were squeezed. And their names were Aholah the elder and Aholibah her sister. And they were mine, and they bore sons and daughters, and their names Shamron is Aholah, Jerusalem is Aholibah. Aholibah whored while she was mine, and lusted for her lovers. The neighboring Assyrians, dressed in purple, officers and rulers, all of them desirable young men, horsemen riding on horses. So she gave her whorings on them, all of them, choice sons of Ashur, and with all for whom she lusted, with all their idols, she defiled herself. And she did not forsake her whorings from Mitzrayim, for in her youth they had lain with her, and they squeezed her maiden nipples and poured out her whorings on her. Therefore I have given her into the hand of her lovers, into the hand of the Assyrians, for whom she lusted. They uncovered her nakedness. They took away her sons and daughters and slew her with the sword. And she became a byword among women, and they executed judgments on her. And her sister, Aholibah, saw this. Yet she became more corrupt in her lust than she, and in her whorings more corrupt than her sister's whoring. She lusted for the sons of Asher, officers and rulers, the ones near, perfectly dressed, horsemen riding on horses, all of them desirable young men. And I saw that she was defiled, and they both took the same way. But she increased in her whorings and looked at me and carved on the wall images of Chaldeans, portrayed in red, girded with belts around their loins, flowing turbans on their heads, all of them looking like officers, like the Babylonians of Chaldea, the land of their birth. As soon as her eyes saw them, she lusted for them and sent messengers to them in Chaldea. The Babylonians came to her into the bed of love, and they devoured her with their whorings, and she was defiled by them, and her being turned from them in disgust.
Okay, Sandra, I'm going to stop you right there. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to let just if y'all want to finish reading that. I know I had to read that the first time around, and it's pretty graphic. But the thing was, if we go back up here, my eyes was not open to this first time around. When I actually read this, we were going through Ezekiel. This just didn't set with me until I went through the book of Micah. So these two daughters, it says two women, daughters of one mother. Well, who's the mother? Do we see this? Who's the mother?
Yisrael.
That's right. We have Israel. So we have Judah and Benjamin down here in the south, and then we have the other 10 tribes up or in the north, and we have two daughters. So we have the sacrificial place that they had in Samaria, and then we have the tabernacle that was in Jerusalem. And so what this is going through and telling us, Olaha, which is the northern kingdom of Samaria, means her tabernacle. And Olahabah means my tent or tabernacle, which is in Jerusalem. So here we have in Ezekiel, we have him talking about Samaria and Jerusalem. and he's pulling together what their sin is. And then it goes into telling us, what is she doing? It says she is a lover of her neighboring Assyria. So this is what I was saying about when these people attacked, it was like their friends attacking them, because they were doing everything the Assyrians were doing. So it was like, oh my goodness, we've done this with them, and we've done this with them, and they shouldn't be attacking us. So I can kind of see how they were kind of like, no, I don't think this is going to happen to us. And we're gonna see this in a few verses, how they were thinking that. So let's get back to Micah, and let's look at verse, let's see, 15. I think that's where I'm at. Yes.
Sister June, could I also bring out that this happened about 750 BCE, before anyone had gone into any type of captivity?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
This was like a precursor to the captivity that he was taking them into for following after their idolatry.
That's right. So you have them already in disobedience and covered up in idolatry, and then they just move them over into captivity, and they're still covered up in idolatry. So it's getting just set in there for them. Good, Sandra. Thank you. So verse 15 says, I shall bring a dispossessor to you, a conqueror, O inhabitant of Marishah. The esteem of Israel shall come to Adullam. So anyone know what Adullam is?
Didn't Judah go down to Adullam and left his brothers, and that's where him and Tamar hooked up?
It may have been Adullam. I don't, I actually read through that this morning, but I don't remember where that was at. Was that Adullam? I read through that this morning. I should remember that.
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm looking for something else. I'm looking for something else here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, looking for something else. Let's turn over to 1 Samuel or Shemuel, and let's look at chapter 22.
Okay.
Verse 1. You read that for me, Sandra.
And Dawood went from there and escaped to the cave of Adullam.
Mm-hmm.
And is that it?
No, go ahead. Finish that for me.
And his brothers and all his father's house heard it and went down to him there. And everyone who was in distress, everyone who was in debt, and everyone bitter and being gathered to him. So he became head over them, and there were about 400 men.
Okay, so let's go on over to 2 Shemuel or 2 Samuel, and let's go to chapter 23, verse 13 through 17. Can I have a reader for that?
Sorry, which one?
Chapter 23, verses 13 through 17. 2 Samuel. Okay. Let me see. I think Oz is going to get it. Okay, JJ, you want to take that for me?
I just want to confirm it's 13 through 17. Yes, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And 3 of the 30 chief men went down at harvest time and came to Daud in the cave of Adullam, while the army of Philistine encamped in the valley of Rephaim, and Daud was in the stronghold, while I watch post of the Philistine was then in Baeth Lechem. And Daud longed and said, oh, that someone would give me a drink of the water from the well of Baeth Lechem, which is by the gate. And the 3 mighty men broke through the camp of the Philistine and drew water from the well of Bethlehem, and was by the gate, and took it and brought it to Daud. But he would not drink it, but poured it out to Yahuwah. And he said, Far be it from me, O Yahuwah, to do this, the blood of men who went at the risk of their lives. So he would not drink it. This was the three mighty men did.
Okay.
Also, I just want to say you're doing a really good job, and I'm at 42%. So I'm going to jump off so I can watch you, okay? And I love you. You're doing so good.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, so you're going to find that same story in First Chronicles. Sandra.
So I looked up Adullam.
Uh-huh.
And it is in Yisrael and part of the planned development region known as Adullam France Park. And this part encompasses the ancient site and preserves its historical and archaeological. It breaks down that the ancient city of Adullam is significant location and identified with modern day Kirbay, Iyadel, Mieh, Tel Esh, Sheikh Matkar.
That's a mouthful.
Whoa, yes, ma'am. And I'm not even sure if it's all Hebrew or not. Anyway, it says it's a place. It's also a place where Daud took refuge one time and was in the cave, and Shaul went to relieve himself and did not come against him because he was his anointed.
Yes.
And then it says it continues to hold the theological significance as a place of refuge and transformation, and symbolizes a period of testing and growth. I thought that would be helpful. You were doing an excellent job, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you.
And I appreciate what I'm learning. Well, who is using you to teach us today.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. But I thought that was quite interesting. Adullam.
Yes, it is a place of refuge. And Daud was trying to escape. They were being attacked by the Philistines. And he was running around, and he found this place of safety in this cave, and his men held up there with him. And
no, it was Shaul that was attacking him, the former king.
Yes.
He didn't want to give up his kingship.
That's right. It was off of the city of the Philistines. That's correct. But what we see in this is Yahuwah's presence. When we go back to Micah and we see this, it says, the esteem of Yisrael shall come to Adullam. So what is he telling these people here? He's telling them when they go into captivity with the Assyrians, just as his presence was there in the cave with David, with Daud, his presence is still going to be with them. He's still going to be there. Yeah, he's still going to be there. So he's telling them that,
Thank you. That is great.
Yeah, you're going to go into suffering, but my presence is still going to be among my people, even in their refuge. Yeah, in their refuge. Do you need Oz? Do you have a comment? I didn't know.
No.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so Micah goes down in verse 16, and he says, make yourself bald and cut off your hair. Anyone know what that reference is?
Is he telling them to go into a vow, make a vow? Because that's what the vow of the Nazir is, to cut your hair off.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that this is what this is requiring. So
is it a curse?
No. It's actually a sign of mourning and purification. So I thought that was weird, because I have a hairdresser's license or whatever. But he said shave. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like just to say that before we get too crazy talking about bald people, Let's take a look at 2 Kings. Go to 2 Kings. Second Kings chapter 2, verses 23 through 25. And it says, and he went up from there to Bethel. And as he was going up the way, some youths came from the city and mocked him and said to him, "Go up, bald head, go up, bald head." And what they were doing was they were mocking him because his predecessor, Elijah, went up. He was taken up. So that's what they're doing here. That's why they're saying go up, okay? And he turned around and looked at them and pronounced a curse on them in the name of Yahuwah. And 2 female bears came out of the forest and tore to pieces 42 of the youths. And from there he went to Mount Carmel, and from there he returned to Samaria. So before you start talking too bad about, okay, well, you better read that passage pretty good. What you say now?
Oh wow. So this is a gesture. Thank you, Mark. This is a gesture of lament and devotion. Now, one day they're going to return to purity, but have we really seen this yet? Have we seen all of his people return to purity? Have we seen that?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not until his second coming.
That's right.
I have a question. I have a question, but it's in regards of like what Mark pointed out. And I've had this question for a while, but now that it was brought up, I need to ask it. So how is it that you can curse someone on the name of Yahuwah? I don't understand how is that like, how does that not actually like affects you or affects the person who curses on the name of him? Or like, are we allowed to curse on his name? Or is that like a priest who is cursing on his name? Like I have a hard time understanding the concept of cursing on his name. I don't know if any of you have any
Sandra.
thoughts about that.
I'm not sure, but I think it's in chapter 5 of Matthew where he says, "Bless those who curse you." So he didn't have those Natsarim writings. Alicia didn't. However, he was able to curse them because they were talking about his anointed. Remember when Miriam and Aharon were talking about Musha for marrying the Cushite woman, and Yahuwah put the curse of leprosy up on Miriam because he put her mouth on his anointed. Elisha was the anointed of Yahuwah. And remember, that's why Daud never did do any harm to Shaul, because he had been anointed king at that time. Yahuwah anointed him king. And it's the scripture says, "Curse not my anointed and do my prophets no harm." So that's where Elisha was working from. But we're under a different, we don't curse, we bless. Does that make sense?
Oh, I see. So
so
in this last verse, that we're hearing that he's actually cursing, are we like, is it literal that he's actually cursing them in the name of Yahuwah, or is he actually like blessing them, and that bless, became a curse to them? Because
that'll take you to Deuteronomy 28 and 27, because the disobedience is what brings the curse. If we do everything he says and obey him, then we'll be blessed.
Right. I understand that part, but here in this verse, they just call him bald head, and they were mocking him kind of, and I don't know what the severity of the situation was that he turned around and cursed them, but in the name of Yahuwah. But I'm just saying, like, so at this point in our lifetime, in our ages, is that something that like you do? Like, well, of course, you answer the question by saying that you bless them, you don't curse them anymore. But how was it possible that they were able
Yeah,
to curse
I
people on
wouldn't.
his name? Under
I
what
don't.
circumstances?
I don't believe that we should. I don't believe that we should go around cursing people in the name of Yahuwah. Is that what you're? Is that what you're asking? Is that
Yeah, yeah. It's like, was that like a normal thing to do, like cursing in the name of Jehovah in those days? Like, I don't know.
Phyllis?
I'm
Do you
just
have
curious
comment?
because I've read it several
Oh,
times.
I thought he meant should we now, but I realized he's asking was it a common practice. I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
I can't answer that question either, but I do know that there was. I mean, when you think of Balaam, when he went out, and they would hire these, diviners. They would hire these people to go out and do curses, whether they worked or not. But what I do know is that any curse is not going to happen without Yahuwah being behind it. So, and I know that's not going to happen because Balaam, he was kept, he was kept from cursing and doing that. So I don't know if that was a common practice, but I do see a lot of people through the, the writings talking about that, hiring people to put curses on other people or groups of people or nations or cities before they would go into battle. And a lot of times they would give that credit, of course, if it was through a diviner, they would give the credit to their deity. So I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
I didn't answer the question either, did I, Oz? Yes, Mark.
Yeah. We see, first of all, MC Nemesis. I'm not sure who you are, man. I've already had one infiltration here, so I don't know if I'm going to let you in unless you can show me some kind of proof that you're legitimate. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, bye. Yeah. I got that demon before he came on. Okay. Anyway, remember the prophet Elijah called fire down on and killed 50 people. Remember that? Because James and John asked Yahusha if he wanted them to call down fire from the heaven down on those people, and that's why he named them the sons of thunder. And so we see this. I don't know if we're going to see a widely practiced stuff to do, but it's definitely in there. Yahusha basically didn't allow them to do it like Elijah did. I believe that's in, probably First Kings. We look at it real quick. First Kings 18, somewhere in there. He calls fire down to start the altar as well, but he also, how I hid 100 men of the prophets of you, 50 to a cave. That's not it. It's in there somewhere.
I know where you talk. Well, where Ahab sent his men to go get him, and then he called down 50. Then he sent the other one. He said, "Please don't call down fire on me."
Right. So he did do that. Elijah did call down fire on him and he killed him. Okay, so
but he had the authority of Yahuwah in doing so. He had Yahuwah's authority.
So did Elisha when he called down. Those bears came out and killed those 42 as well. It wasn't him. That was Yahuwah obviously doing it, but he did it because of what they said. So the point I'm trying to make here is, hang on a minute, let me let Sarah in. There you go, Sarah.
Is that the difference between the old covenant?
What I'm trying to say is your words, you can speak life and death out of your mouth.
Oh, okay.
You're very powerful, especially if you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you. You might say something like that. Yahuwah just might do it. So the point of what I'm making is be careful what you say. because you just don't know. Maybe Yahuwah will do something like that at your command. Okay, especially with the Ruach in you. We can see all through Scripture where Yahuwah is destroying a lot of people. I mean, look at the flood. He took out the entire world, all but 8 people. So don't be naive to think Yahuwah isn't going to destroy somebody because one of his treasured possessions actually said it and meant it. He just might. I remember people, one guy in particular was tore up, man, because he was praying to Yahuwah fervently that his ex-wife would die. And you know what? She died. And it blowed his mind. And he couldn't forgive himself because he thought it was, he says, it's my fault she died because I prayed that she would die and Yahuwah killed her. And so you got to be careful what you're saying, okay? That's number one. Now, with that said, go to Jude. Go to Jude. There's only one chapter there, so we're going to look at verse 9. But Michael, the chief messenger, in contending with the devil, when he disputed about the body of Moses, presumed not to bring against him a blasphemous accusation, but said, Yahuwah rebuke you. Okay. So not even the archangel Michael said anything bad or even requested to destroy Satan to Yahuwah. He only said Yahuwah rebuke you, which means correct you, correct your actions, correct your what you're doing. Okay, that's all that means. It's not putting a curse on them. It's just saying Yahuwah correct them from what they're saying or what they're doing. That's what rebuke is. It's not a voodoo spell you're putting on somebody, okay? So this is letting us know that really we shouldn't say anything bad about anybody, isn't it? I mean, Archangel Michael didn't even say anything bad about Satan, for crying out loud. Why? Because Satan is Yahuwah's creature. And so if you would insult Satan, you're insulting the creator, the person that created that creature, which is Yahuwah. So indirectly, you're insulting the creator when you insult the creation. So kind of like what we were talking about last night is we have to be very extreme. We have to be careful what comes out of our mouth because Yahuwah might just give it to us, man. He just might. You never know. And children of Israel were grumbling and murmuring, crying and complaining, and they kept saying, we're better off if we go back to Egypt. And then they started saying, we'd be better off if to go back to Egypt than to die in the wilderness. We're just going to die in this wilderness. Yahuwah brought us out here to die. So guess what Yahuwah did? He gave them what they wanted. They all died in the wilderness because of what came out their mouth. Your mouth has the power for death and life. So that's the whole point here. Be very careful. If you got the Ruach HaKodesh, be extremely careful because Yahuwah just might do what you ask. Okay?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
So here at the end of this chapter in Micah 1, we see that he's going to be with his people in their refuge, and they may not know he's there, but he's there. And so I wanted to finish up this chapter by reading about our future hope. So let's look at Isaiah chapter 60. Should be near page 472. And Oz, if you find that, would you like to read that for me? Read verses 1 through 22.
Isaiah, what chapter of Isaiah?
60.
Isaiah 60. What verse?
1 through 22.
1 through 22.
Yes.
Oh, the whole. Okay. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the steam of Yahuwah has risen upon you. For look, darkness covers the earth, and thick darkness the people. But Yahuwah rises over you, and his esteem is seen upon you. And the Gentiles shall come to your light, and sovereigns to the brightness of your rising. Lift up your eyes all around and see, all of them have gathered. They have come to you, your sons come from afar, and your daughters are supported on the side. Then you shall see and be bright, and your heart shall throb and swell, for the wealth of the sea is turned to you, the riches of the Gentiles come to you. A stream of camels cover your land, the dromedaries of Maiden and Apha, all those from Sheba come, bearing gold and incense and proclaiming the praises of Jehovah. All the flocks of Kedar are gathered to you. The rams of Nebaioth serve you. They come up for acceptance on my altar, and I embellish my esteemed house. Who are those who fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? Because the coastland wait for me, and the ships of Tarshish first, to bring your sons from afar, their silver and their gold with them, to the name of Jehovah your Elohim, and to the set apart one of Israel, because he has adorned you. And the sons of foreigners shall build your walls, and their sovereigns serve you. For in my wrath I have smitten you, but in my delight I shall have compassion on you. And your gates shall be open continually. They are not shut, Jom or Lila, to bring to you the wealth of the Gentiles, and the sovereigns in procession. For the nation and the reign that do not serve you shall perish, and those Gentiles shall be utterly laid waste. The steam of Lebanon shall come to you, cypress pine and the box tree together, to embellish the place of my set apart place, and I shall make the place of my feet steam. And the sons of those who afflicted you come bowing to you, and all those who despise you shall bow themselves at the soles of your feet. And they shall call you, City of Yahuwah, Zion of the set apart one of Israel, instead of you being forsaken and hated, so that no one passes through you. I shall make you an everlasting excellence, a joy of many generations, and you shall drink dry the milk of the Gentiles, and shall milk the breast of sovereigns. And you shall know that I, Yahuwah, your deliverer and your redeemer, am the Elohim of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I bring gold, and instead of iron, I bring silver, and bronze instead of wood, and iron instead of stones. And I shall make your officers peace, and your magistrates tzedakah. Violence shall no longer be heard in your land, neither wasting nor ruin within your borders. And you shall call your walls deliverance, and your gates praise. No longer is the sun your light by Jom, nor does the moon give you light to you for brightness. But Yahuwah shall be to you an everlasting light, and your Elohim your calmness. No longer does your sun goes down, nor your moon withdraw itself, for Yahuwah shall be your everlasting light, and the Jamin of your morning shall be ended. And your people, all of them righteous, shall inherit their earth forever, a branch of my planting, a work of my hands, to be adorned. The little shall become 1,000, and the small one a strong nation. I, Yahuwah, shall hasten in its time.
All right. Thank you, Oz. Okay, so that's the future hope that we have. But first, we've went into captivity, and they're in captivity for a while. So we're not going to see this until the end time during the millennial reign. And I thought that was beautiful. So before we go to chapter 2, does anyone have any thoughts or comments or questions? Okay, I think Joe is going to read the beginning of chapter 2 for me. So Micah chapter 2, verses 1 through 7.
2:1. Woe to those plotting wickedness and working out evil upon their beds. In the light of the morning they execute it, because it is the might of their hand. And they coveted fields and seized them, also houses, and took them away. And they oppressed a man in his house, a man and his inheritance. Therefore, thus said Yahuwah, see, against this clan I am planning evil, from which you do not remove your necks, nor walk proudly, for this is a time of evil. In that yom one shall lift up a proverb against you, and he shall lament with a bitter lamentation, and shall say, we have been utterly ravaged. He changes the inheritance of my people. How he removes it from me. He apportions our fields to the backslider. Therefore you shall have no one in the assembly of Yahuwah to divide the land by lot. You do not preach, they preach. They do not preach to these. Reproaches are not turned back. Are you called house of Jacob? Has the Ruach of Yahuwah been limited? Are these his doings? Do not my words do good to the one walking uprightly?
Stop it for 7. Okay, thank you. Okay, so beginning up here at the first of the verse, we see the word woe, W-O-E. And that word is even a small word in Hebrew. It's a Hebrew 1930, and it's hoy, H-O-Y in our letters. So what does this little bitty word, what message does this little bitty word imply? So it proclaims coming judgment. And I thought it was interesting. And yes, I did this. I went through all the books of the prophets and I found out that the word woe was mentioned 60 times. So 60 times in just the prophets. That's not counting any other books where woe is before the coming judgment. So the number 60, and I might have chased a little rabbit here, but the number 60 is represented by the letter Samak, and it's found enlarged over in the book of Ecclesiastes. So if I go over here to Ecclesiastes and we go to chapter 12, and I'm going to go ahead and read that. If you want to turn there, you can. So in 13 and 14, it says, let us hear the conclusion of the entire matter. Fear Elohim and guard his commands, for this applies to all mankind. For Elohim shall bring every work into right ruling, including all that is hidden, whether it is good or evil. So Yahuwah is going to bring judgment on them, and they may think that what they're doing is hidden and he can't see it, and they may think they're doing it for him, but he knows everything, and judgment or woe is coming to them. So let's look at the phrase. It says there in verse 1, it says, because it is in the might of their hand. Does anyone know what that means? It is in the might of their hand. What is that telling us about these people? Yes, Sandra.
Is it that they have the power, or because they are in control, they can do this? Like they might, like they can do this, but they have the advantage.
That's correct. It implies that they're influential and they're powerful and they can get away with it because they know they can get away with it. What's interesting about that word might in the Hebrew, it's A-L-E. And if you shorten that word, it's all. And that's the word we use to describe Yahuwah. He's our Almighty, or Elohim. So these rulers and priests were being looked on as if themselves were deities. The people looked at them as if they were the all-powerful ones. So, they were looking at that, and I just recently saw someone who came up a couple of days ago, and he was talking about he had went into the land of Israel, and he spent 30 days there. And he said that they have the picture of their rabbi up all over Israel. It's just plastered every place you go. And it has the name of the rabbi, which I don't remember, but it has his name, and it says, our rabbi, his name, the HaMashiach. So in their eyes, their rabbi is their Messiah. And he's there with them, and he's all powerful. So that kind of led me, I said, well, that reminds me of what they were doing here in the book of Micah. They're still doing it. They're still doing it today. And that's everywhere we go. People set up idols, and then you have people who are all powerful, and you say there's no sense in me fighting against them because I know I'm not going to win. Whatever they want, they're going to get. So, and we can see that all over the world today. But these people, it says, the verse 2 goes into telling us about the commands that they were breaking. And these are the commandments. They were coveting their fields. They were stealing their fields. They were coveting their houses. They were stealing their houses. So we see that the coveting leads into thievery and robbery. They were oppressing them. That ashok, which is Hebrews 6:2-9, which means they were defrauding them and extorting and exploiting them. So this was the priest and the leaders were all very wicked in these cities. This just wasn't in one locale. This was just all over. We see in verse 3, it says, which you do not remove. It says, see, against this clan I'm planning evil, from which you do not remove your necks. So what does that mean? Which you do not remove your necks. What is Yahuwah telling them?
They're going to be captured.
Okay.
They're going to be
captured. Yes.
Right. So they can't, in other words, you're bound.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
There's no release unless he releases you anyway.
Okay. So, yes, Mark.
Yeah, basically, as far as that one goes, remove your necks from the chopping block, sort of like, you're not going to escape your punishment. But I wanted to go back up there to that verse 1 real quick.
Okay.
Woe to those plotting wickedness and working out evil upon their beds. In the light of the morning, they execute it because it is in the might of their hand. I want to point out Proverbs 26:25 real quick. Don't mind. Probably 24 through 28, actually. So Proverbs 26, 24, 28. He who hates pretends with his lips and lays up deceit within him. Though he speaks kindly, do not believe him, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Hatred is covered by deceit. His evil is disclosed in the assembly. So this is kind of warning us that even among us, there's wicked planners. There's people who are plotting wickedness and working out evil upon their beds within our assembly.
What proverb was that one? Sorry.
That'd be Proverbs 26. To get a best understanding of that would be 19 through 28. But I just read 24 through 26. Notice that? Though he speaks kindly, do not believe him. People have a tendency of trying to get on your best side. Okay. It's just all deceit.
Mm-hmm.
So there's two types of people. There's people, you get what you see, like me. What you see is what you get. And then there's people that what you see, you think you're getting, but you're not. You're getting a wicked person, somebody totally different out to get you. So which person would you rather hang with? It's like an old story that you can go talk to a hell's angel, a biker, a hell's angel, a really horrible sinner. And you don't have to be afraid of that, man, because what you see is what you get. You know who you're dealing with. But did you know that almost all the mass murderers ever in the history of mankind look like pillars of society? In our modern world, they all dressed up in suits and went to church every Sunday day. They had a wife, they had family, they had a nice home and a good job. They looked like goody-goody two-shoes, but they were mass murderers. So what you were seeing is not what you were getting. Okay, so be careful. It's not just the authority figures or the unbelievers or the Gentiles. It can be within our assembly. So woe is expressed as an acclamation of pain or lament. That means they're going to be bringing the pain on you if you don't watch what you're doing. So you have to learn to discern between good and evil, even within the assembly. That's what I'm getting out of this.
So is that the same thing as being disguised as an angel of light?
It's the exact same thing.
The disobedient, you know them by their fruits, because if they're not bringing forth Yahusha, they're operating under the who?
Yeah. If you hang out with them enough to be able to see that, yeah. But if it's just on occasion, like say you know them from you go to bingo with them once a week, you may not ever really get to know that person until they get you, until the trap shuts on you. Okay. But if you hang out with them enough to really get to see who they are, then yeah, you may be able to discern them by their fruits. But they're very good at hiding their fruits. Okay. Very good at hiding their fruits. So you gotta be careful.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Let's look at Micah verse 4. It says, in that day one shall lift up a proverb against you and lament with a bitter lamentation and shall say, we have been utterly ravaged. He changes the inheritance of my people. So these rulers were in effect saying that if Yahuwah comes in and does judgment to them, that he's broken a promise. They're going to blame it on him instead of themselves. So let's look at Deuteronomy 1:8. Let's see what that promise was. It says, see, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land which Yahuwah swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Yishak, and to Jacob, to give to them and their seed after them. And then if we turn over to Bamidbar, which is Numbers, and go to Numbers 26, verse 55, it says, but the land is divided by lot. They inherit it according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. So not only is their land going to be gone, but it says divide by lot. They're not going to have any set apart guidance. They're not going to have any decision making. So when they go, when they collect land, in other words, is what they would be doing, like if they went out to battle, and then they come in and they cast lots to see, well, what tribe is this going to? There's not going to be an answer. They're not going to receive any answers. So even that is going to be took away from them. So these people are not inclining their ear to Micah, and they felt that he was dripping, or the Hebrew there is nataf. And that meant they just felt like he was foaming at the mouth with so much passion and expression that he was overdoing it. And it made me think we have to be careful, because do we not get zealous for Yahusha? We get zealous. Sometimes I catch myself wanting to foam at the mouth. I'm just like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not good. They'll run. but Micah was in there, and he was, they're saying, you're dripping. You're just, this is too much expression. And they're basically telling him that if he was not saying disaster was going to come, then it's just not going to happen. So it's kind of like, well, if we say it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. We don't believe that. It's that would never happen to us. We're the chosen people. Everyone knows that. We're the chosen people. So they didn't really see themselves as doing anything that should be rewarded by judgment. They just did not see that. So is it true that if we just ignore the things that we're doing wrong and the disobedience, is it true that he'll just leave us alone? Is he going to just leave us alone if we're his? So no, he's not going to leave us alone. Let's turn to let's start with Deuteronomy 8, 5 through 6. You can read it if you get to it before I do.
Deuteronomy 8.
Mm-hmm.
I got it.
5 through 6. Read that for me.
5. Thus you shall know in your heart that as a man disciplines his son, so Yahuwah, your Elohim, disciplines you. Therefore you shall guard the commands of Yahuwah for Elohim, to walk in his ways and to fear him.
Okay. And so if we go over to Ibiram, or Hebrews chapter 12, verse 5 and 6, that's page 1182. It says, and you have forgotten the appeal which speaks to you as to sons. My son, do not despise the discipline of Yahuwah, nor faint when you are reproved of him.
Bye.
For whom Yahuwah loves, he disciplines, and flogs every son whom he receives. And so let's go over there to Revelations chapter 3, verse 19. Says, as many as I love, I flog and discipline. So be ardent and repent. Turn back from what you're doing. So he disciplines those that are his and the ones that he loves. So this follows up with verse 7, which says, are you called house of Jacob? Has the Ruach of Yahuwah been limited? Are these his doings? Do not my words do good to those who are walking upright? So Yahuwah's works are like him. And the rulers and the priest and the leaders were not walking in his commandments, and they were nothing like him. Yes, Mark.
Excuse me, Jen. Maya, you're going to have to show yourself, and you're going to have to let me see a reason I should let you on here. We've had several demons try to infiltrate us already today. I'm sorry, but I can't let you in unless you show yourself and show me proof that you're truly seeking Yahuwah. If you can do that, I'll let you in. Okay, Jim, go ahead.
All righty. Psalms 94. Would somebody like to read Psalm 94 for me? See if I can get a reader for Psalm 94. Yes, Sandra.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of this, a scripture about where Yahuwah says, just because punishment against an evil matter doesn't come right away, some people don't think that they're going to get their correction.
Right. Oh, that's good. When you find that, share that with me.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Okay, so 94.
Yeah, let's read Psalm 94.
Tehillim, Psalm 94. Oh, Yahuwah, all of vengeance, shine forth. Raise yourself up, O judge of the earth. Render punishment to the proud. Yahuwah, how long are the wrong? How long are the wrong going to exalt? They pour forth words, they speak arrogantly. All the workers of wickedness boast in themselves. Ooh, this is the whole chapter 2, ain't it?
Mm-hmm.
They crush your people, Yahuwah. They afflict your inheritance. They slay the widow and the stranger and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, Yah does not see, and the Elohim of Yaakov pays no heed. Take heed, you senseless among the people, you fools. When would you become wise? He who planted the ear, does he not hear? He who formed the eye, does he not see? And he who disciplines the nation, does he not reprove? One teaching man knowledge. Yahuwah knows the thoughts of man, that they are but a breath. Blessed is the man you discipline, Yah, and instruct out of your Torah, to give him rest from the yomim of evil until the pit is dug for the wrong. For Yahuwah does not leave his people, nor does he forsake his inheritance. For right ruling returns to virtue, and all the upright in heart follow it. Who would rise up for me against evildoers? Who would stand up for me against workers of wickedness? If Yahuwah had not been my help, my being would soon have settled in silence. When I said, my foot has slipped, your kindness, Yahuwah, supported me. When anxiety was great within me, your comforts delighted my being. Would a throne of destruction, which devises trouble by decree, be joined with you? They band together against the life of the right and declare innocent blood wrong. But Yahuwah is my defense, and my Yahuwah Elohim, the rock of my refuge, and brings back on them their own wickedness and cuts them off in their own wrongdoing. Yahuwah Elohim does cut them off.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's what's going on here in this book. That's what's going on. Okay. I need someone to read chapter 2, verses 8 through 13. Yes, Raul. Thank you.
Verse 8. And lately my people have been risen up as an enemy. You strip off the robe with a garment from those who trust you as they pass by, those returning from battle. You have driven the women of my people from their pleasant houses. You have taken away my splendor from their children forever. Arise and go, for this is not your rest. because uncleanness destroys, and the destruction is grievous. If a man walking after wind and falsehood has lied, I preach to you of wine and of strong drink. He shall be the preacher of this people. I shall certainly gather all of you. Jacob, I shall bring together the remnant of Israel. Put them together like sheep of a fold, like a flock in the midst of their pasture. They, they being noisy because of men. They break, the break maker shall go up before them, and they shall break out and pass through the gate and go out by it, and their sovereign pass before them, Yahuwah at their head.
All right. Thank you, Raul. Um, it says, when you go back up here to verse 8, it says, and lately my people have risen up as an enemy. So, how are they being an enemy?
They become idlers. They idolize. Um, really, I think it was spoken once before with Mark. The northern tribe wanted to become like the other, like the world. They wanted. That's why he gave them what they wanted.
Yes. Yes, most definitely. So they were breaking the law and in disobedience. Sandra.
That scripture is in Kohelet 8, verse 11 through 13. Because sentence against an evil matter is not executed speedily, therefore the heart of the sons of men is fully set in doing evil. Okay. Oh, and concerning that question, when they took off the Ken Debarim, they became strangers and foreigners. When he didn't see his word coming forth through them. This sounds like something about Yahusha. They stripped off the robe of the garment from those who trust in you, those returning. It's like Israel have their trust in him, and they taken off his covering, and now they are walking. I don't know, for some reason
there was quite a few verses in here where I'm like you, I could link things up like that, and some of them more fully than others, but I could see that going on in the background. So it says they were stripping the robe with the garment of those who were coming back from war. So do you know what that's telling us about the people that were going out and fighting for them, and then they were bringing back their garments, and then they were stripping them off. So what's going on there? Do you have any idea what's going on there?
Isn't that robbery and pillaging?
Yeah. We can see through the word on various occasions that when people were giving garments, they would give it as booty. Garments were, they even had wardrobe keepers in Israel. So these garments could be very valuable. Garments were considered very, we go down to, the discount store and get whatever. It's no big deal to us. But back then, the garments that they got from war, they would take them, and in certain instances, let's see, who was the guy that stole the garments and hid them in his tent? But
Achon.
Yeah.
I think this is talking about, he has a law about, like, if your brother has to sell his garments with you, don't let it stay with you overnight. So that's how they have become what's that word? They would become greedy, and they weren't they were making the people naked and stuff. He said, "Don't, brother." I think it's a proverb. I can't think of my scriptures. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's okay. But yeah, they
with you overnight.
They had an air of entitlement, like you went to the war and you fought, and usually we let you keep some of these things, but we're taking it. We're entitled to it. It belongs to us. So yes, they were robbing them and stealing them.
I can help Sister Sandra.
Yes.
You can take their robe. You take your brother's robe and guarantee, do not keep it overnight, because it's the only cover that he has.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then Matthew 5 says that if they take your garment, give them your undergarment too.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and over in Isaiah, I'm not going to go there, but in Isaiah chapter 52, it says they use garments as a emblem of greatness. So that was as much as your identity. Today, I don't know, people might identify people by their house or their car, but back then that was their identity. For instance, wearing the tzitzit at the corners of their garments, that was their identity. That's who they were, and you knew by looking at them who they were. In verse 9, yeah.
So do you really, I don't think this is really talking about garments. I think this is like an idiom or a metaphor. He's really talking about, like we're supposed to be clothed in the whole armor of Yahushua.
Uh-huh.
So in other words, so when we put on sin or do anything disobedient, we're taking off the Mashiach and putting on flesh, and we're becoming strange flesh before him, sort of speak. I think he's really talking about what in here is about how they have been. Okay, like for example, I use the book of Daniel. When the 3 Hebrew boys, they had been of a noble family. Daniel, Meshach, Azarel, and I can't think of the other one's name. But anyway, they changed their name to a idolatrous name.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to feed them the food, the strange food. In other words, they have put on unrighteousness. Brother Mark, I think he can clarify what I'm saying.
Yes.
Give it to Brother Mark.
I love you all, and you guys are doing a wonderful job. But I just want to let you know we're almost into 3 hours into this, and you're not even out of chapter 2. You got 7 chapters here. But I don't want to rush you. I'll stay on here all day long if you want me to. But this verse, actually this entire chapter, if you will, I think Mikah here is trying to express how greedy these people are, the ones that are rich or in power, and how they're exploiting the poor and the vulnerable. I think this is what's happening here. So Mikah is trying to condemn the people for their mistreatment of these poor and vulnerable people. Okay. And I think Yahuwah is saying, lately my people are risen like an enemy because they're exploiting his people. Mm-hmm. They're attacking his beloved, his treasured possessions, their own people, and they're stripping them, they're robbing them, they're exploiting them. So this robe likely refers to the outer garment. It was often considered a valuable possession and could be a symbol of status even. And in the military here, the act of taking this garment from those passing by is suggesting a lack of compassion and disregard for the well-being of others, even those who was serving in the army to protect them. They were robbing them as well. So I mean, that's brutal if you think about it. These people go out to war, they fight, a lot of them die, they're wounded, they're exhausted, they come back, and these rich people are going to exploit them and steal their robes. They just went out to protect them, to keep them safe, to keep them secure, but yet they're robbing them. So this is, I think, is really overall here. This chapter is is condemning the people of their greed, oppression, and lack of compassion. In doing so, they're underscoring Yahuwah's concern for the vulnerable, for the poor, for the cripple and old, and his judgment upon those exploiting them. Okay? In all. So Mikah has a soft heart, doesn't he, for the poor, the vulnerable,
Yes.
the weak. Same as Yahuwah. You're going to see Yahuwah does too, as you read on.
Yeah. He's similar.
Similar because why?
Yeah.
Why is he similar? I mean, Mikah has strong concerns for the lowly, the poor, the lame, the old, the weak. Why? Why is similar?
That's how Yahuwah is.
Yeah, it is. So, yeah. So what does that tell us about Mikah?
He's talking. He might be in the persona of Yahuwah.
Yeah, he's been endowed with the Ruach HaKodesh.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, he has.
Seeing Yahuwah here in action through his chosen vessel.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So let's look at verse 11. It says, if a man is walking after the wind and falsehood has lied. So what is a man that's walking after the wind? What is he talking about here? Yes, Phyllis.
He's just following whatever whim is passing by at the time.
Okay.
I know a lot of people that do that. They just, whatever they see, oh, I found this, and they just follow that.
Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, not guided by a prophetic ruach. They're not guided. They're just following it, like you say, falsehood and everything. So these prophets were just literally just dripping out whatever the people wanted to hear. So whatever the people wanted to hear them say, that's what they were telling the people. And
is that false teachings?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just or anything, even if it was against the commandments. I mean, if the people could come up with enough money or something to give them, they would give them a good knowledge or whatever it was that they were consulting them about. But if the people would come in and they say, well, I don't have any money and I'm worried about this, I don't know how to do this, I don't know what I should do in this situation, then they're not going to give them an answer to anything. They didn't really care. Let's look at Leviticus 10:9 real quick here. Here it says, do not drink wine or strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when you go into the tent of meeting, lest you die. A law forever throughout your generations, so as to make a distinction between the set apart and the profane, and between the unclean and the clean, and to teach the children of Israel all the laws which Yahuwah has spoken to them by the hand of Moses. So here we see them. Everybody's still here. I just had
you froze a little bit. Can you go back and say what you were saying? You froze a little.
Yeah, I know. For some reason, our internet just took off. But yeah, it was just like strong wine. They were drinking. They were going in there. They were drinking. They were leaving it up on wine, and they were just giving them whatever they wanted to hear. Just as long as they got what they wanted, they were fine with telling them whatever the people wanted to hear.
Phyllis, did you want to say something? Your mic is open. These people that's speaking right here are of what we see in the circuses today. I mean, it's just whatever the people want. They don't listen to the word. They just want what they want. They'll take
True, Sharon. Yeah. Sandra.
Actually is teaching the philosophies and doctrines of men and demons rather than the truth of the word is
Yes.
what's going on. And they're doing it for hire. And they're
Yes,
being hypocrites too.
Yes, they are.
Okay, I get it now.
Okay. Okay. So after this, Micah comes in and he gives us another so 13, I shall gather all of you, Jacob. I shall bring together the remnant of Israel, put them together like sheep of the fold and like a flock in the midst of their pasture, they being noisy because of men. The break makers shall go before them. They shall break out and pass through the gate and go out by it, and their sovereign will pass before them, and Yahuwah is at their head. So let's look at Ezekiel 34:11. Who need a reader for this one? Sandra, let's start at 11 and go to 31.
Okay, I'm sorry you guys might be getting tired of me, huh? But I like to read.
Never. Never tired of listening to you, Sandra.
Well, I hope you're not listening to me, but listen to the word. But thus says the Master Yahuwah, see, I myself shall search for my sheep and seek them out. As the shepherd seeks out his flock, on the Yom he is among his scattered sheep. So I shall seek out my sheep and deliver them from all the places they were scattered in the Yom of cloud and thick darkness. And I shall bring them out from the peoples and gather them from the lands and shall bring them to their own land. And I shall feed them on the mountains of Yisrael, in the valleys, and in all the dwellings of the land. In good pasture I shall feed them. Their foes shall be on the high mountains of Yisrael, and they shall lie there in a good fold and feed in rich pasture on the mountains of Yisrael. I shall feed my flock and make them lie down, declares the Master Yahuwah. I shall seek out the lost and bring back the strayed, and I shall bind up the broken and strengthen what was sick. But the fat and the strong I shall destroy. I shall feed them with right ruling. You want me to stop there?
Yes, thank you. So let's look over at
Well, that sounds like what Yahushua was doing when he was telling them to sit down and eat, huh?
Yes, yes. Let's look over at Psalm 118.
118.
I got it.
Okay, Joe's going to get this one. Read verse 22.
1:18:22. The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone.
Okay. And then let's look at Matthew 21. Not to my Yahoo. Matthew 21.
What is it?
Verse 42.
I've got it too. Yeah.
Oh, you've got that. Wow, you're on it. We'll let Joe read that one too. 42 and 43.
What's that? Yahushua?
Mm-hmm.
Yahushua said to them, did you never read in the scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone? This was from Yahuwah, and it is marvelous in our eyes.
Okay, so we're going to look at the Hebrew word peretz, which is break maker. So in Matthew 11, it says, and from the days of Yehukanan the immerser till now, the reign of the Shemaim is violated, and the violent are seizing it. So in Luke 16:16 says the Torah and the prophets continue through Yehochanan. Since then, the reign of Yahuwah is being announced, and everyone is doing violence against it. So Yahusha was giving them a clue that he was the break maker. He was Yahuwah in the flesh who had come. And up until John the Immerser, the kingdom was pinned up as that one nation of Israel, which was there in Jerusalem. But now, he being the break maker, he was the shepherd, and he was the breach that he was going to go gather up all those tribes that were lost and that was sewed up in the nations of Ephraim and Manasseh. So he's going to bring those back into the fold and make a great noise. And that reminded me at Shavuot, where they were all together waiting, and the Ruach came and filled them up, and they went out and they made a great noise. And we saw like 3,000 that day that came to Yahusha. So that's what we saw in that. Okay. So we're fixing to read chapter 3. Does anybody have any thoughts or questions about chapter 2? All right. So we need a reader for chapter 3, and I'm going to need you to read the whole the whole chapter for me.
I will.
You're going to, okay. Joe's volunteered to do that. Here we go. Oh, wait. Talitha has a question. Yes.
No, I was volunteering to read. No, I don't have a question.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to read, go ahead, and we'll let him get the next one. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay. So chapter 3. Then I said, "Hear now, heads of Jacob, and you rulers of the house of Yisrael. Should you not know right ruling? You who are hating good and loving evil, tearing away the skin from my people and the flesh from their bones, and who have eaten the flesh of my people and stripped off their skin and have broken their bones and have cut it up as into a pot, like flesh in the cooking pot. Therefore, when they cry to Yahuwah, he does not answer them, and he hides his face from them at that time, as they have made their deeds evil. Thus said Yahuwah concerning the prophets who lead my people astray, who are biting with their teeth and have called out peace. They even set apart a battle against him who does not give for their mouths. Therefore it shall be Lila to you without vision, and darkness to you without divination. The sun shall go down on the prophets, and the yom shall be dark for them. And the seers shall be ashamed, and the diviners embarrassed. And they shall all cover their lips, for there is no answer. Alihim. But truly I am filled with power, with the Ruach of Yahuwah, and with right ruling, and with might, to declare to Jacob his transgression, and to Yisrael his sin. Hear this, please, you heads of the house of Jacob, and you rulers of the house of Yisrael, who despise right ruling and distort all that is straight. Those building up Zion with bloodshed, and Jerusalem with unrighteousness. Her heads judge for a bride, her priests teach for pay, and her prophets divine for a price. Yet they lean on Yahuwah and say, is not Yahuwah in our midst? Evil does not come upon us. Therefore, because of you, Zion is plowed like a field, and Jerusalem becomes heaps, and the mountain of the house like a wooded height.
Thank you, Talitha. So here we're reading, and it looks like cannibalism. Is it really cannibalism that we see here? No. Stripping off their skin means that they were robbing them by force. So they literally, it's a metaphor. So it means they were and breaking their bones is a spiritual or emotional brokenness. So they were tearing them down in the position that they were in. And then it said they were cutting them up and putting them in a pot. So the Hebrew paraz here means to stretch or scatter or to be scattered. As flesh in a cooking pot, they could be, it's just referring to man against Yahuwah. So, you know, it wasn't helping things that you have leaders and rulers that are disobeying the commandments and taking advantage of everybody and tearing them down. But in them hurting all these people that was around them and that was looking for them for help and support and guidance, they were stirring up a lack of concern and just a severe apathy among the people, just kind of like the attitude you see with people. They get depressed and they say, I just don't care anymore. I just don't care what happens. And that's kind of where they were at. Just like, I don't care what happens. You know, everything is happening all around us and there's no control over it and they're taking advantage. So we had some real apathy going on here. So I'm going to read a verse out of Jeremiah 5, chapter 4. It says, then I said, these are only the poor. They have been foolish, for they have not known the way of Yahuwah and the right ruling of Elohim. So he said, they're just the poor. And so I'm going to have Joe to read from Hosea or Hosea chapter 4.
Verse 1. Hear the word of Yahuwah, you children of Israel. For Yahuwah has a case against the inhabitants of the land. For there is no truth or kindness or knowledge of Elohim in the land. Swearing and lying and murdering and stealing and breaking wedlock have increased, and bloodshed follows bloodshed. Therefore the land mourns, and everyone living there languishes, with the beasts of the field and the birds of the Shamarim, and the fish of the sea are taken away. However, let no one strive or reprove another, for your people are like those striving with a priest. And you shall stumble in the Yom, and the prophet shall also stumble with you in the Lila. And I shall make your mother perish. My people have perished for lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I reject you from being priest for me. Since you have forgotten the Torah of your Elohim, I also forget your children. As they were increased, so they sinned against me. My esteem they have changed into shame. They eat the sin of my people and lift up their desire to their crookedness. And it shall be like people, like priests, and I shall punish them for their ways and reward them for their deeds. And they shall eat but not be satisfied. They shall whore but not increase, for they have stopped obeying Yahuwah. Whoring and wine and new wine enslave the heart. My people ask from their wood, and their staff declares to them. For a ruach of horns has led them astray, and they went whoring from under their Elohim. They slaughter on the mountaintops, and burn incense on the hills, under oak and poplars and terebinth, because its shade is good. Therefore your daughters commit whoring, and your brides break wedlock. I would not punish your daughters when they commit whoring, nor your brides when they break wedlock. For the men themselves go aside with whores, and offer with cult prostitutes, a people that do not understand are thrust down. Though you are a whore, Israel, let not Yehudah become guilty. Do not come up to Gilgal, nor go to the Bethan Ayin, nor swear an oath, saying, as Yahuwah lives. For Israel is stubborn, like a stubborn calf. Would Yahuwah now feed them like a lamb in a broad place? Ephraim is joined to idols. Let him alone. Their drink is sour. They have whored continually. Her rulers wildly loved shame. A wind has bound her up in its wings, and they are ashamed because of their slaughterings.
Okay, so we see here what's going on here in this time with all these defiled rulers and people. So in Micah 3, 6 and 7, it says, "Thus says Yahuwah concerning the prophets who lead my people astray and who are biting with their teeth and calling out peace. They even set apart a battle against him who does not give for their mouth. Therefore it shall be night or Layla to you without a vision, and darkness to you without divination." So here, because of the false prophets, he's condemning them with a stern warning and telling them that the false prophets, that they're not even going to have any answers for their divination, let alone guidance from him. So he's pulling out. And so the night without a vision signifies that time when the prophets are no longer going to receive any revelations from Yahuwah. The setting of the sun and the darkness of the day is a metaphor. And so it means that the era of their prophetic authority is going to cease, and it's all going to be over. So it says they covered their lips. So they're going to be ashamed and cover their lips. Yes, Talitha.
Sorry, it's going back just a little bit. I just wanted to, if you go back to 3:2, right? "You who are hating good and loving evil, tearing away the skin from my people and the flesh from their bones, and who have eaten the flesh of my people and stripped off their skin." Like, for me, when I read this, it's more than just, like stealing or robbing their clothes and stuff like that. When I read this, the flesh from their bones and the skin, like, for me, they're talking about like their beliefs and their way, like the beliefs of the people and their way. They've like stolen this from them. Mm-hmm. And when they're eating the flesh, that for me is like the metaphor that I see is like eating the flesh. That for me is like taking those ways and taking that that belief system and basically like throwing it back in their face. So taking it and making it mean something totally different, right? Like that's the eating of the flesh. So basically, like, their whole system of belief and their whole way of living and right ruling and the Torah essentially has now become something completely different, unrecognizable.
Yes, totally. Yes, that's very good. Thank you. Sandra.
I agree somewhat, but I was going to say, because it kind of sounds like, the scriptures say we don't live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Father. And he said, these words that I'm speaking unto you, they are ruach and they are life. So what they're doing, the substance or life, when you throw off the word, you're putting on death. Mm-hmm. Is what I'm getting from that.
Yes.
The living dead.
Yes, that's good. Sharon?
Yeah. To get back, I'm sorry. Somebody saying something? To get back to where they're talking about the prophets here, question. He didn't say my prophets. So I'm looking at these prophets as unrighteous. They're not even his. Mm-hmm. So that's why he's going to, but that's what I got.
Right. They're not his anymore. Mark, did you have something?
I don't believe they were his, is what I'm saying. Because his would not change. These were just people that came in and said they were prophets. My prophets.
The false teachers. Mm-hmm. Like it talks about.
Okay. I didn't hear that last part. You muted, Sandra. Oh, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, Sharon's right. He's definitely turning his attention to these false prophets for sure. These are false prophets, no doubt about it. But what Sandra said and what June said prior to that, man, I think was really, really astonishing. spiritual insight for both of y'all. Really good stuff, man.
All esteem to Yahusha.
But I want to say that this, these leaders, okay, princes and judges and the like, were supposed to uphold justice, okay? They were supposed to uphold truth in Yahuwah's teachings, okay, and uphold justice and right ruling. But instead, they severely oppressed these people, severely oppressed them. And this is why Yahuwah is even comparing the actions of these leaders to cannibalism here, okay? And yes, it can include stripping them of their physical needs, okay, but also their spiritual needs as well by not, upholding Yahuwah's Torah, as Alita was suggesting. So altogether here, Yahuwah, these rulers are so bad. The Yahuwah is actually comparing their leadership or their actions to cannibalism. It's an amazing thing, really. So powerful. Such a powerful rebuke from Yahuwah here, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
To compare their leadership and actions to cannibalism. Mind-blowing, man, really.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at verse 8 here. It says, but truly, so this is Mikah talking here. He says, but truly I am filled with power and with the Ruach of Yahuwah and with right ruling and might to declare to Jacob his transgression and to Israel his sin. So Micah is declaring his position, and the Ruach has come in and filled him for this specific purpose of warning them to repent. So he's the vessel. He's the message from Yahuwah. This isn't coming from Micah. We see that. We want to do that. It's coming from Yahuwah. It's in there. The Ruach is in there. If we read a similar verse to this, we can go over and read Habakkuk 2 and 8 through 12. It says, because you have plundered many nations, all the remnant of the people shall plunder you because of men's blood and doing violence to the land, to the city, and to all who dwell in it. Woe to him who is getting evil gain for his house in order to set his nest on high and escape the power of evil. I don't know why I put that there, but okay, so they lean on Yahuwah. It seems like they have this, it seems like they're leaning on him, but we know that they're really not. And so he asked, is not Yahuwah, or they're saying, is Yahuwah not in our midst? So they're thinking that in their mindset, they think because they've been called out as his people, that he's there in the midst. So that's a rhetorical question that highlights how absurd their claim is to the light of their actions, because their actions are really evil and really bad, but they're still leaning on Yahuwah like he's a staff. It's just like you lean on somebody else to hold up your excuses and what you're doing. So, and they're doing everything for the monetary gain, and they're using Yahuwah as the excuse for what they're doing. So they really, in a way, believed that, they were his and that they weren't going to suffer any consequences because of that. So let's go down to verse 12. And it says, therefore, because of you, Zion is plowed like a field, and Jerusalem becomes heaps, and the mountain of the house like wooded heights. So what prophecy are we seeing here in verse 12? Yes, Sandra.
I don't have the answer to that question, but I was thinking about when he said, "But truly I am filled with power." See, he remember when Yahushua was in the Natsarim writing, he said, when my Father worked, I work. So he said, the words that I'm speaking to you, these are not my words. These are coming from the Father. And in the Nazarene writing, he was relating that he was Yahuwah incarnate. But I thought about it like this. Remember when Samson decided he loved Delilah, who he saw right there plotting to get him captured by the Philistine, because she kept begging him for the secrets of his strength. And he was born under a Nazir vow. He was not to shave his head. So finally, she wore him down and got his secret. And then when she called that last time and said, "Stop, Shimshon, the Philistine on you," and he shook himself, but Yahuwah wasn't there that time. He had become flesh. He had become man. So that's what this kind of remind me of. Like they're in the flesh, and he's saying, this is not the flesh talking to you like them false prophets been talking to you. This is the truth of this is the real thing. I'm coming to you in the name of Yahuwah, is what he's saying. That's what I was getting out of it. I thought that was like, I don't know. My mind was just playing all of that up in there.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mark, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I kind of did. I'd like to go over that verse 7 and 8 as well.
Okay.
I think here this prophet is showing the contrast between the role of a true prophet in 8 and the role of a false prophet in 7. And the seer shall be ashamed and the diviners embarrassed, and they shall all cover their lips, and there's no answer. That's because who they're praying to is not real, so there's no answer.
Right.
Okay. And in 8, Mikah admits that he's filled with the power of the Ruach HaKodesh. And so I find this amazing that he seems to be endowed with the Ruach HaKodesh, and which is teaching him right ruling with might, and to declare the sins of Jacob and Israel, their sins to him. And so I see this as a contrast between the true and the false. And Mikah declaring that he's filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, which allows him to speak truth and justice, which the false prophets are not doing. So Mikah here, his voice, he has a voice of warning, accountability to the leaders, and he's demanding that they account for their actions against the people. That's what I'm saying here. But if y'all get a chance, I'd like to talk about or hear y'all talk about verse 11. I think it's powerful, man.
Okay, verse 11. Her heads judge for a bribe, her priests teach for pay, and her prophets divine for a price. Yet they lean on Yahuwah and say, "Is not Yahuwah here in our midst?" Anyone have any thoughts about verse 11?
That's the circuses of today. Isn't that what they out there doing? And they doing it for the money. They're not doing it because they want to see the beings delivered. They're doing it for what they can get.
Yes. They teach.
They're not even teaching for love. You know, we do it because we love the Father. We love the beings. Like Yahushua laid greater love. He laid down his life for his friend. Hallelujah.
Yes, Mark.
I think Sharon had her hand up.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry, Sharon.
Yes, I agree with you, Sandra. The recognition of these circuses of feeding the poor, whatever, they use his name. I've been in positions where I'd be helping out in these so-called, back in my day, Christian services, but all I saw was stealing and lying to get what they wanted. And so they use the name of LORD, which we don't approve of, to get what they want, but yet that is their belief, you know. That's their religion, I guess I should say. The other one was there's one in 11, or is that 12? 12 was is that, and Mark, if you have ears, is that the field that was plowed down? Was that the temple at that time that was plowed down? Yeah, just leave it there. Into a mountain.
So I'm thinking this is Mount Moriah. Where is this Mount Moriah where Abraham sacrificed Isaac?
No, I'm thinking it's the field that was plowed down on the side of the temple that was the Roman fortress as well. And I forgot the name of the place, but anyway, I was wondering if that plowed down field was the temple there in Jerusalem that was put into a heap and put, anyway.
Sandra?
So I was going to say, her heads for a bribe, her priests teach for pay, her prophets divine for a price, yet they lean on Yahuwah. It's like, it reminded me when Yahusha said, you all are seeking for a sign. And he knew that the crowds were following him for what they could get. They weren't following him to learn righteousness. And this is, Brother Paul says, or Shaul, if you build on any other foundation, and Yahushua is that foundation that we're supposed to be building on, and Yahushua is Yahuwah. If you're building on, there's no real foundation. You're building on sinking sand. So they're out there for the tangible things or the futile things. We're looking for a builder and a maker whose foundation is Yahuwah himself. It's not for this here temporal living. It's about the everlasting life. So they're not teaching for the real thing. They're teaching for the false. And then saying that they don't call him Yahuwah, but they got God with them, that Zeus is with them and all that. They even got a false name going for it. I mean, it's just no truth there. No truth. No truth.
No truth. Okay. So we see Zion is plowed like a field and Jerusalem becomes heaps, and the mountain of the house, or Mount Moriah, the way I understand it, it's like a wooded height. Mark?
Yeah. I'll answer that 12, but let me back up to 11 real quick.
Okay.
What I find astonishing here is look at what's happening. The heads, her heads judge for a bribe, money. Her priests teach for pay, money. Her prophets divine, perform divination for a price, money. They're doing all this stuff for personal gain. They're oppressing the poor, taking their money to do all of these things that they're supposed to be doing for free in the service of Yahuwah. But listen to this. Yet they lean on Yahuwah and say, it's not Yahuwah in our midst. Evil does not come upon us. So these people are falsely believing that Yahuwah is still going to protect them, even through all this corruption.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how crazy is that? So they're actually, what are they doing? They're I guess they're thinking that since they're his people, they're taking him for granted, basically, that no matter what they do, he's still going to protect them and supply for them, even through all this corruption and wickedness that they're doing. I mean, charging for everything. So it's all about money, money, money here, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about
Buying
money.
guys both fall into a ditch, right?
So does that sound like, back to what Sandra was saying? It's really a fascinating, astonishing parallel to today's religions.
Yes, it is.
It's just what they do. Money, 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 man. It's all about money. No matter what they do, money always comes, it gets interjected into it. In some way, shape, or form, don't it? I just find it just mind-blowing myself. And so even like today's religions, money, 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 they still lean on the J-man, G-O-D, who they perceive to be the creator, which he is, but they're just using a substitute name or a false name, what they were brainwashed with. It's really not their fault. It's their teacher's fault, right? But they falsely believe evil does not come upon us, although they're teaching scripture for money, 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 money. And it's not going to be the case, is it? Even if they live a good life, because of the millions of dollars they're raking in by selling Yahuwah's words, teaching for pay, prophesying for divination for price, judges taking bribes instead of right rulings, all this stuff, millions and millions and millions of dollars. Okay, they're going to pay the price at the end, aren't they? They're going to get thrown into the lake of fire. So their millions and millions and millions of dollars isn't going to do them any good. Okay, so now on 12, Mikah here is declaring that because of this corruption, wickedness, that Jerusalem and Zion is going to face destruction. This is what's symbolized by the plowing of the land, turning these cities into ruins. Okay, remember, Zion and Jerusalem are not the same city, but they are in the same territory of Yehuda. They're really close in proximity, right? So this prophecy is prophesying Jerusalem's fall. Okay, this was fulfilled. This prophecy was fulfilled, folks, in this time era. It was fulfilled when Jerusalem was destroyed by the Babylonians. Okay, as we go into, I think, chapter 7, we're going to see the return from the Babylonian captivity here. Okay, but this prophecy talking about the destruction of Jerusalem being destroyed by the Babylonians when the destruction of the temple happened and the city walls, which is what's described here in this verse 12. So these would be literal events of the time. Okay, so this verse is serving as a warning about the consequences of their corruption, which is sin. So especially when it's embraced by those that are in authority, these positions of authority, these religious influences that charging for money, money, money. Okay, and we can also take this a step further into spirituality or into spiritual insight, and we can say that it also demonstrates Yahuwah's judgment against all those who disregard his Torah. And that would include us and our generation. That's all I got to say about those two.
Yes, Sandra. I can't hear you, Sandra.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could add Yakub chapter 5, where he's telling the woe to the rich man. And also in Mashal, which is Proverbs 18, verse 11, one of my little favorite things. The rich man's wealth is his strong city, and the high wall in his own imagination. It ain't real. It's not real.
Yeah.
To reach his proper not in the day of destruction.
Mhm.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Thank you. Okay, so we've finished up chapter 3. If anybody has any comments or thoughts, if you have any more of that, then we'll start chapter 4. So I need a reader for chapter 4. I'd like you to read verses 1 through 8. Who would like to read chapter 4? Yes, Ike.
You ready? And in the later Yamin, it shall be that the mountain of the house of Yahuwah is established on top of the mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and people shall flow to it. And many nations shall come and say, Come, and let us go up to the mountain of Yahuwah, to the house of the Elohim of Jacob, and let him teach us his ways, and let us walk in his paths. For out of Zion comes forth the Torah, and the word of Yahuwah from Jerusalem. And he shall judge among many peoples, and reprove strong nations afar off. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nations shall not lift up sword against nation, neither teach battle anymore. Did you want to read 4?
We lost them. Just.
I'll watch for her to come back. In the meantime, I'd just like to point out chapter 4, verse 3. This is an iconic verse, well-known verse here. This iconic verse is symbolizing, of course, the end of warfare and the end of the, the return of Yahushua going into the millennium reign. So it symbolizes the end of warfare and the pursuit of peace, peaceful means of substance and prosperity rather than war and poor, being poor and wanting and war. Okay, so this takes us, I believe, from the tribulation years ending. All the wars of mankind will never fight another war and get rid of all their weapons of destruction and go into being peaceful farmers or gardeners in the millennium reign. Oh, she's back here now. There you go.
Thank you. So untrustworthy internet here. I hope that doesn't happen again. So, and it's not raining. So, yes, I love what Mark was saying. I got in on that. That is good. So we're talking about the millennial reign. I was going to go over and read Ezekiel 37:16. I'll just shoot over there. 37:16 says, and you, son of man, take a stick for yourself and write on it for Yehuda and for the children of Israel and his companions. Then take another stick and write on it for Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and all the house of Israel and the companions. So bring them together as one stick in one hand. And when the children of your people speak to you, saying, what does this mean? Say, thus says the Master Yahuwah, I am taking the stick which is in the hand of Ephraim and the tribes of Israel, and I shall give them to him with the stick of Yehuda and make them one stick. So there's not going to be any divisions in the millennial reign. And those sticks on which you write shall be in your hand before your eyes. And speak to them, thus says the Master Yahuwah, I am taking the children of Israel from among the nations, wherever they have gone, and they shall gather them from all around, and I will bring them back into the land. And I shall make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel, and one sovereign shall be sovereign over them. And let them no longer be two nations, and let them no longer be divided into two reigns. They shall no longer defile themselves with idols, nor their disgusting things, nor with their transgressions. And I shall save them from all their dwelling places in which they have sinned, and I shall cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I be their Elohim. So we see that he's going to be here in the midst of his people in the millennial reign. Beautiful prophecy here. Anyone have anything to add to that? I might have missed a little bit there. So
that also proves that Yahuwah is Yahusha too in Ezekiel 37, because he says he's that's Yahuwah talking there, and he talks about that millennium reign in Revelation. So that's
yes, it says it was at Revelation 20:6. Let's just go there and see if we're in the right spot. Let's see. Blessed and set apart is the one having part in the first resurrection. The second death possesses no authority over these, but they shall be priests of Yahuwah and of the Messiah, and shall reign with him 1,000 years. So that's his millennial reign there. So let's see. Verse 3 tells us, says, what do the swords and plowshares represent?
Good to see you're here, Brother Ted. We love you.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, Ted. We love you.
Yes, Sandra.
So that means no more war anymore. Right? The plows and plowshares, they're putting down their weapons of war.
Yeah. So we're seeing a time of peace. Seeing a time of peace. Who are the lame and the outcast? So he names the lame and the outcast. So who would they be?
Isn't that the Goyim, the nations?
Okay, Ephraim and Judah, the exiles. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the lame are those who are, they're spiritually deficient, and the outcasts were the rejected. So they've been punished, and now they've suffered and been brought through distress, and now they're going to be restored. So
and because they were scattered, they became mixed too. They were not of the blood lineage, but he's calling those now. He's calling and healing and making them whole. Remember, he said, "Now it's in Yashayahu 9:25."
I think she was wanting me to read the 8, and I didn't read it. No.
Hold on, June. He only got to verse 3. Would you like to go into?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I wanted you to read through verse 8. Go ahead and read that, Ike.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. 4. But each one shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree, with no one to make them afraid. For the mouth of Yahuwah Sabaoth has spoken. For all the peoples walk, each one in the name of his mighty one. But we walk in the name of Yahuwah, our Elohim, forever and ever. In that Yom declares Yahuwah, I gather the lame, and I bring together the outcasts, and those whom I have afflicted. And I shall make the lame a remnant, and the outcast a strong nation. And Yahuwah shall reign over them in Mount Zion, from now on and forever. Did you want me to read 8?
Yes.
And you, O tower of the flock, straight hold of the daughter of Zion, it shall come to you. The former rule shall come, the reign of the daughter of Jerusalem.
Okay, thank you, Ike. I'm sorry about that. When I bleeped out, I thought you went through 8. Yes, Phyllis?
Oh, I was just going to say that makes this, it's a lot easier to understand now about now that we've read it. And what I get out of this is that he's the people who are the outcasts, or the people like the heretics, like Luke calls himself a heretic. We're heretics to the rest of the people, and the lame, maybe they're people that don't are childlike and just just are willing to be taught.
Mhm.
That's what I was wondering.
Could be. Yeah. Let's see. Joe, read
I
Zechariah
have a question.
12:8.
Is this the same thing as what he's talking about? Those that are not my people shall be called my people. Remember Yahuwah prophesied that
Yeah.
those that are not called, those that are not my people shall be called my people. And remember, Yisrael that or Yehuda, they thought that they were the people. You know, it's not about. Let's see how I'm saying. In other words, the lame and the outcast is talking about the nations,
Mm-hmm.
not the ones that's in the lion blood lineage. He's talking about the ones that they said are not his people, is what I'm getting from that.
Yeah. Ike.
Okay, let me start with verse 5. For all the people walk, each one in the name of his mighty one. But we walk in the name of Yahuwah, our Elohim forever and ever. And that Yom declares Yahuwah, I gather the lame, and I bring together the outcast, and those whom I have afflicted. Those whom I have afflicted. So he had his hand in it. So I think it was his people.
Yeah. Well, he says, I shall make the lame a remnant and the outcast a strong nation. Mark, did you have something to add to that? I saw his hand go up.
No, I would just, I can, but I was just wanting to point out verse 4, where it says, but each one shall sit under his vine and under his fig tree. That's a Hebrew idiom. It's a Hebraic idiomatic term that means suggests the millennium reign.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see that, then that's saying that that person will be in the millennium reign. That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
So is that, Brother Mark, isn't that the one that Yahusha told the one that said, can anything good come out of Sion? And he said, how do you know me? He said, because I saw you under the vine. He's prophesying to him that.
Yeah, that's exactly what Yeah, he's telling him he'll be in the millennium reign. He saw him in the millennium reign. That was the dude where he was saying that you have to be born again of the water and the spirit. You can't enter into the reign of Yahuwah. Wasn't that him? Pretty sure.
They was telling him we found the Mashiach, Yahusha of Nazareth. He said, can anything good come out of Nazareth? I think that was Didymus or Tuma who said that. I'm not remember.
Let me see if I can find that. I might be wrong on that. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let Joe go ahead and read Zechariah 12:8-9.
Zechariah 8. In that Yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them in that Yom shall be like Daud, and the house of Daud like Elohim, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them. And it shall be in that Yom that I seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem.
Okay. So if we go up here and we look at verse 8, it says, and you, O tower of the flock, stronghold of the daughter of Zion. So first, who is Zion?
Sion is Israel.
Okay, it's Israel. So who's the daughter of Zion?
The daughter of Sion.
Mm-hmm. She's thinking. She's got her thinking cap on. That's okay. You get your thinking hat on. So remember, back in those days, it was customary for the city that was inside the fortress to be called the daughter. So it would have been Jerusalem.
I get it.
Yeah, would have been Jerusalem. Mark, did you find our answer?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I did. It's in Yehukanan 1. Yeah. Sandra's correct.
Okay.
So it's probably, I don't know, begins around 45, I guess. Philip found Nathan and said to him, "We have found him who Moshe wrote of in the Torah and the prophets, Yahushua of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." And Nathan said to him, "Is it possible for any good matter to come out of Nazareth?" And Philip said to him, "Come and see." And Yahushua saw Nathan coming toward him and said of him, "See, truly a Israelite in whom is no deceit." And Nathan said to him, "From where do you know me?" And Yahushua answered and said to him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." And Nathan answered and said to him, "Rabbi, you are the son of Elohim. You are the sovereign of Israel." Yahushua answered and said to him, "Because I said to you, I saw you under the fig tree, do you believe? Greater than that you shall see." And he said to him, "Truly, truly, I say to you, from now on you shall see the heaven open and the messengers of Elohim ascending and descending upon the son of Adam."
Wow.
So there it is.
There you go.
And so what he was telling Nathan is he saw him in the millennium reign. So, you know, that's, if you really think about that, it's like it blows the top of your brain now, doesn't it? Yeah, this is before Yahuwah's death and resurrection and ascension. And so when people say, well, it's possible for anybody to be in, to be the bride, and before the death, resurrection, and ascension of Yahushua? And I think we just got our answer. Because Yahushua says Nathan's going to be there. He's going to have to be resurrected to be there, which means he's going to be part of the first resurrection. So that's an amazing thing, really.
Yes, Sandra.
I was going to ask Brother Mark, is that because he is the past, the present, and the future, his omnipotence is why?
Yeah.
Well, it's how he knows that, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how he knows everything. He's everywhere all at once, all the time. He never leaves one place to go to another place. He's already there. And tenses did not restrict him at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at verse 8. It says, "Tower of the flock, stronghold of the daughter of Zion, it shall come to you. It shall come to you, the former rule shall come." What's he talking about here? The former rule. What's he implying here?
So isn't Yahushua the ark? He's talking about the Tindabarim, and Yahushua is the ark, the covenant. And that's why he's saying the former rule shall come to you. He was the living word that came.
Yes. So Exodus 25:8 says, "And they shall make me a set apart place, and I shall dwell in their midst, according to all that I show you." So yes, because he's going to be dwelling. He's going to be dwelling in our midst, and his esteem is going to be filled there. Yes. So that's going to be the former rule. Everything in effect with his commands, everything's there. It says we'll be his people and we're going to be in his presence. Okay, let me see.
Let me ask you a question. Is that talking about him indwelling us? Yahushua in us? Mashiach, yeah.
It could be. I'm thinking
when you read that, I was kind of getting that.
Yeah, because he does indwell us. His presence is here. We're his tent. So of course, you know, we're the third tabernacle. We're the third dwelling place. So he dwells inside our place in our heart. Yes, Mark.
To me, this seems to be suggesting a restoration of Israel's where Israel had its most esteem. The most esteem of Israel would be under the reign of King Daud, when they were one nation. And so I think this is speaking of the restoration of the reigns of King Daud and possibly even Solomon, because he also ruled under one nation, didn't he?
Yes.
That's what I think this is talking about. Because remember, Yahuwah promised that there will be, always will be a descendant, a seed of Daud on the throne of Yisrael forever. And we all know who that is, Yahusha. I think this is referencing the throne of Daud.
Okay, so if we look at Jeremiah 33:20, it says, "That says Yahuwah, if you could break my covenant with the Yom and my covenant with the Layla, so that there be not Yom or Layla in their season, then my covenant could also be broken with Daud, my servant, so that he shall not have a son to reign upon his throne, and with the Luim, the priest, my attendants. As the host of the Shemaim is not counted, nor the sand of the sea measured, so I increased the descendants of Daud, my servant, and the Levim who attend on me." And the word of Yahuwah came to Jeremiah, saying, "Have you not observed that these people have spoken, saying, the two clans which Yahuwah has chosen have been rejected, so they have despised my people, no more to be a nation before them. So thus says Yahuwah, if my covenant is not with Yom and Layla, and if not appointed the laws of the Shemin and the Arats, then I would only reject the descendants of Jacob and Daud, my servant, so that I should not take of the descendants to be rulers over the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. For I shall turn back their captivity and have compassion on them." So he'll be with us in that reign and bring everyone back. So yes, I agree with that. I'm seeing that. Okay. I think we can move on. Okay. Ike, would you like to finish Micah chapter 4 for me, starting with 9?
Okay, verse 9. Now, why do you cry aloud? Is there no sovereign in you? Has your splendor perished? For pain has gripped you like an ashen labor. Be in pain and deliver daughters of Zion like an ashen labor. For now you are to leave the city, and you shall dwell in the field, and you shall go to Babel. There you shall be delivered. There Yahuwah shall redeem you from the hand of your enemies. And now many nations shall be gathered against you, who are saying, let her be defiled, and let our eyes look upon Zion. But they do not know the thought of Yahuwah, nor do they understand his counsel. For he has gathered them like sheaves to the threshing floor. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I make your horn iron and your hoofs bronze, and you shall beat many peoples into pieces, and I shall seclude their gain to Yahuwah, and their wealth to the masters of all their arets.
Thank you, Ike. So here we see that he's speaking to Jerusalem. We see the prophecy here in verse 10. So he's telling them they will be going into captivity by Babel. And so what's kind of amazing about this prophecy was at this time, Assyria was the superpower of the world, and Babel wasn't. So it's kind of neat to see that, Babel's going to come in and take them, even though they're not yet a superpower. So in verse 11, we see that Micah prophesies not only about the captivity, but he talks about their rescue by a redeemer in a future time. So let's look at Zechariah 12, 1 through 9. Should be somewhere close to 639. Okay, Zechariah 12, 1 through 9. Anybody like to read that for me? Okay, go ahead, Sandra.
I'm sorry.
That's
The
okay.
message of the word of Yahuwah against Yeshua. Yeshua stretching out the Shamaim and laying, I'm sorry, Yeshua. Yahuwah stretching out the Shamaim and laying the foundation of their rest and forming the Ruach of man within him, declares. See, I'm making Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the people all around, and also against Yehuda. It is in the siege against Jerusalem. And in that yom it shall be that I make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples, all lifting it are severely injured, and all nations of the rest shall be gathered against it. You said 1 through 8?
Yes.
Okay. In
Yes.
that yom, declares Yahuwah, I smite every horse with bewilderment, its rider with madness. And on the house of Yehuda I open my eyes, but every horse of the peoples I smite with blindness. And the leaders of Yehuda shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem are a strength to me, but Yahuwah to me through Yahuwah Sabaoth the Elohim. In that yom, I make the leaders of Yehuda like a fire pot among trees, and like a torque of fire in the sheaves, and they shall consume all the peoples all around on the right and on the left. And
Okay.
Jerusalem, stop right there.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Jerusalem shall dwell again in her own place in Jerusalem. And Yahuwah shall save the tents of Yehuda first, so that the comeliness of the house of Daud and the comeliness of the inhabitants of Jerusalem would not become greater than that of Yehuda. In that yom, Yahuwah shall shield the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and the feeble among them in that yom shall be like Daud, and the house of Daud like Ahum, like the messenger of Yahuwah before them.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra.
It was my pleasure.
Okay, so it looks like here in 11 it says many nations will be gathered against you. So we see this, and it looks like it's not just talking about Babel coming up and taking them over. It's shooting us over into the future time when we see this, where they're gathered up against Jerusalem and Israel. So,
Like on the news today, that Brother Mark was teaching last night, huh?
Yeah.
Iraq coming against Jerusalem.
Yeah. So, says in verse, let me get back over here. In verse 12, but they do not know the thoughts of Yahuwah, nor do they understand his counsel, for he has gathered them like sheaves to the threshing floor. So they don't know his thoughts. And when we look over at Tehillim or Psalms 92, let's skip over there. Psalm 92, 5 through 10. It says, "O Yahuwah, how great are your works! Your thoughts are very deep. A senseless man does not know, and a fool does not understand this. So when the wrong spring up like grass and all the workers of wickedness blossom, it is for them to be destroyed forever. But you, Yahuwah, are on high forever. Your enemies, O Yahuwah, for look, your enemies do perish, and all the workers of wickedness are scattered." See, so his thoughts are not known, and the grass are like, as grass, they're sheaved or threshed, so they're going to be destroyed. So, and then it mentions lifting up a horn to power here. Let's see, where did I read that at? It says, "I make you a horn iron and your hooves bronze, and you shall beat many people into pieces. I shall seclude their gain to Yahuwah and their wealth to the master of the Eretz." So let's check out Haggai. Should be around 631. Chapter 2, verse 6. For thus says Yahuwah Zebaoth once more in a little while, and I am shaking the Shemaim and the Arets and the sea and the dry land, and I shall shake all the nations, and they shall come to the delight of all the nations, and I shall fill this house with esteem, says Yahuwah Zebaoth. The silver is mine, the gold is mine, declares Yahuwah. Let the esteem of the latter house be greater than the former house, says Yahuwah Zebaoth, and in this place I give peace. So he's bringing the people to the threshing floor, and he's empowered to crush the enemy. So their iron horn is a symbol of power, and their bronze hoofs are able to be into small pieces in judgment and to cleanse them. Anyone have any thoughts or questions about these verses here?
So what chapter and verse was that in Haggai?
That was the last two, or I think that was the last one. The hooves of bronze. I make you a horn of iron and hooves of bronze.
So what chapter in Haggai is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Haggai chapter 2, verse 6 through 9.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you're like me, you write all this down. You go back and read it several times. Okay, I need a reader. Let's see. I just want to read Micah chapter 5, verse 1 through 2, 1 and 2, verses 1 and 2. Yes, Phyllis, thank you.
Verse 1. Now you are raided, O daughter of raiders. A siege has been laid against us. They strike the judge of Israel with a rod on the cheek. But you, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, you who are little among the clans of Yehudah, out of you shall come forth to me the one to become ruler in Israel, and his comings forth are of old, from everlasting.
Okay, good. I know we're seeing that. So thank you, Phyllis. Here when they strike the judge of Israel with a rod on the cheek, it said, well, first of all, it says the daughters of raiders. So that implies that now they're going to be adopted by these people who are taking them into captivity. They're going to be their daughters now. And it says they strike the judge of Israel with a rod on the cheek. So in Yehudi thinking, slapping the cheek of a fellow Yehudi is considered the same as slapping the set apart presence. So the concept that Yahuwah, they believe, is present or omniscient in all. So in slapping this judge of Israel, we see extreme contempt and degradation by these people, because they're not only threatening the judges of the people, but they're threatening Yahuwah. They're outright threatening him. So Yahuwah is ever present and seeing, and he's already set judgment up for these attackers. And so here we see this leading into the prophecy of our Redeemer, Yahusha, who was also struck on the cheek, so that he was being held in contempt or rejection. Yes, Phyllis.
I think if you go back and look at, they strike the judge, they're the judge of Israel. They're not, and then that being Yahuwah, the judge of Israel, Yahuwah, and then that relates back to what you just said. They struck him. So is this a prophecy that was going to happen?
Yes, it looks like it is a prophecy that this is going to happen. And, it says, and out of Bethlehem or Bethlehem, he will come, the ruler will come. So we see here that we see Yahusha coming from here. The yes, Mark. Oh, we can't hear
Turn on
you.
your mic.
I agree with what y'all saying. I believe that verse 1 through 4 is all about Yahusha.
Mm-hmm.
The judge of Israel is Yahusha.
Yes, he is.
Of course, we know Yahuwah is Yahusha, right? But just to get the roles straight, the judge of Israel will be Yahusha. So we're told that. Acts 10:42. If you want to go there. A lot of people are of the opinion, and they teach that Yahusha does not judge anybody because they're making the mistake of when what he did when at his first coming versus his second coming. And at his second coming, he'll be the judge of the world, of the living and the dead. So Acts 10:42, because there's a lot of false teaching out there about this, kind of important to talk about. And he commanded us to proclaim to the people and to the witness that it is he who was appointed by Elohim to be judge of the living and the dead. See that? So it's Yahusha, man. Mm-hmm. He's the judge of Israel. So they strike the judge of Israel with the rod on the cheek. This is talking about, of course, it's talking about his death, right? When they beat him up. And his death and everything, okay? It's being staked. Go ahead, folks.
I think it's interesting that they also refer to the commandments as being a rod. The staff and thy rod shall not forsake me.
Thy rod and thy staff shall comfort me.
Yes, thank you. But the rod, I've always understood that when you use the rod, you're using the commandments, the Deborah.
Yeah. What do you think about that, June?
Well, I do see the rod as being the commandments and his Torah, as correction. But also his sword can be that too. So
is that correction or is that obedience? I mean, aren't we supposed to do them before we're corrected? Or if we're corrected, we've already violated them. Mm-hmm. Have we not?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I don't know. But I know 2 Timothy 4:1, if you go there, says, in the sight of Yahuwah and the Master Yahushua Mashiach, who shall judge the living and the dead at his appearing and his reign, I earnestly charge you. Proclaim the word. Be urgent in season and out of season. Correct, warn, appeal with all patience and teaching. So we have to correct. Can't go along with something that you know ain't right just to please somebody. Got to correct. Not saying that anybody's wrong. I'm just saying pointing out what Scripture says. So anyway, 5:1 through 4, in my opinion, is all about Yahushua HaMashiach coming out of Bethlehem.
okay, so I need a reader to finish this chapter up for me. Chapter 5, verse 3 through 15. Yes, Mark.
Therefore he shall give them up until the time that she who is in labor has given birth, and the remnant of his brothers return to the children of Yisrael. He shall stand and shepherd in the strength of Yahuwah, in the excellency of the name of Yahuwah is Elohim, and they shall dwell For at that time he shall be great to the ends of the earths. And this shall be peace when Asher comes into our land, and when he treads in our palaces. We shall rise against him 7 shepherds and 8 leaders of men, and they shall shepherd the land of Asher with the sword, and the land of Nimrod at its entrances. And he shall deliver us from Asher, and when he comes into our land, and when he treads within our borders. You want to talk about that? Or do you want me to keep reading?
Let's see. We've got down. Yeah, I was wanting to know when it said, "We shall raise against him 7 shepherds," and then the 8 leaders. But so we've got 7 shepherds here, and shepherds, do they not guide and nourish and teach the Torah? So what I was wanting to know was, is this something that is in the future that is going to happen, like during the tribulation, maybe before or after World War III, right before the coming of Yahusha? Because I couldn't understand why these shepherds had a sword. So I went back and read everything I could find out about the sword, and usually it was with it had something attached to it, military might, like death or killing. But in this verse, I couldn't see where they were actually doing that. They're holding swords, but they're not doing anything with them. It's kind of like they're holding the swords, but they're letting Yahusha do the teaching. They're holding them, but they're not doing anything with them. So I was wondering if that was referencing maybe something that was during the tribulation time, because we see these 8 leaders of men come up, and these 8 leaders come up, and I saw where we went back and we saw the 8 future like powers or strong nations that came up to rule. And we had, let's see, it was the 10, and then the 1 was added, which made 11, and then he conquered or humbled 3 of those, and so we're left with 8. So now we have these 8 shepherds 8 leaders that are out here, and it says they have 8 leaders of men, and it says we shall raise against them 7 shepherds and 8 leaders of men. So I was having trouble figuring out exactly where this might fit in the end time era.
No, I think you're right. To me, you're right where you're supposed to be. Revelation 17, 11, and 12. Actually, there's 2 references that'll help on that. But Revelation 17, 11 and 12 says, "In the behemoth that was and is not, is himself also the 8th, and is of the 7, goes to destruction. And the 10 horns which you saw are 10 sovereigns who have not yet received a reign, but received authority as sovereigns with the behemoth for 1 hour." Okay, so this is the 8th here. There's 7 shepherds, leaders. Okay, and then the 8th would be the anti-Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
That's who the 8th one is. So he uproots 3, right? Mm-hmm. And takes over those 3, so he becomes the 8th. So Daniel 7:24. Daniel 7:24. "And the 10 horns are 10 sovereigns from this reign. They shall rise, and another shall rise after them, and it is different from the first ones, and it humbles 3 sovereigns, and it speaks words against the Most High, and it wears out the set apart ones of the Most High, and it intends to change appointed times in Torah. And they are given into its hand for a time and times and half a time, which is 3.5 years. Okay, so obviously then this is in reference to a future event, which is the anti-Messiah coming on the world stage, uprooting 3 sovereigns, taking over those territories and making them his own, and he becomes, so then there's only 7, so then he becomes the 8th. That's what I think it is, in my opinion.
Okay. So what I didn't understand, it says, maybe I read this wrong. When Ashur comes into our land, he treads in our palaces. Who's we exactly? Am I not? I'm afraid I'm not getting something here.
When Ashur comes to our land, and when he treads in our palaces, we shall rise against him. That's Yisrael.
Okay, I've got it.
Ashur is representing the Gentiles.
Okay.
The land of Nimrod at its entrances is Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
And the world is Babylon in this future date. All the nations are Babylon. All the Gentile nations will be Babylon in this future date.
Okay.
And he shall deliver us from Ashur. When he comes into our land and when he treads within our borders, and the remnant of Jacob shall be in the midst of many peoples as dew from Yahuwah, and showers on the grass, which do not wait for man, nor delay for the sons of men. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the nations, in the midst of many peoples, like a lion among the beasts of a forest, like a young lion among flocks of sheep, who, if he passes through, shall both tread down and shall tear, and there is no one to deliver. Let your hand be lifted up against your adversaries, and all your enemies be cut off. And it shall be in that Yom, says Yahuwah, that I shall cut off your horses out of your midst, and I shall destroy your chariots, and I shall cut off the cities of your land, and I shall pull down all your strongholds, and I shall cut off witchcrafts out of your hand, and let you have no magicians. And I shall cut off your carved images and your pillars from the midst, so that you no longer bow down to the work of your hands. And I shall pluck your Ashram out of your midst, and I shall destroy your cities. And I shall take revenge or vengeance. I shall take vengeance and wrath and rage on the nations who did not obey.
Okay, we've got that.
So, Mark, are you talking about the millennial reign there, where there'll be no more of this going on, and we will all know his name, and every knee will bow, basically. They know, and only his name. There'll be no other Elohims. I mean, no, yeah, I guess you could say it like that.
Chapter 5 is talking about the tribulation years in the start of the war of Armageddon. The anti-Messiah, he only rules for 3.5 years, a very short time. 3.5 years.
With all this taking place, this is part of Yahuwah's coming to the point where there will be no other name but his.
Well, yeah, in the end. But this, yeah. you know what freaks me out, Sharon, is the fact that we got World War III coming. We all know that because it's prophesied. It's going to kill 1/3 of mankind. Okay, so here's what blows me away, and it doesn't really say it because I've looked. I've tried my best to find it, but it doesn't tell us. If World War III comes before the anti-Messiah comes on the world stage or after, it doesn't tell us that. So if World War III is before the anti-Messiah comes on the stage, then it would be prior to the middle of the week. And it's going to be devastating, the worst war we've ever had. 1/3 of mankind going to die. That's mind-blowing figures, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then here comes the anti-Messiah, and the next 3.5 years that follows is the worst years that's ever happened to this world, and which will never happen again. And you're going to tell me that those 3.5 years are going to be worse than what's going to happen in World War III, which is going to be nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare, killing 1/3 of mankind? What in the world's going to happen to us in this tribulation period that's going to be surpass World War III? And so my hope is, and this is kind of strange to say this, but I've really given this a lot of thought. My hope is that World War III comes after the anti-Messiah comes on the stage. Because if it was part of World III is part of tribulation, we're better off. Okay, because it's only 3.5 years. If it's before that, man, we're in trouble. Because we got to deal with World War III, the tribulation years, the worst time period the world's ever seen or ever will see. And at the end, climax with Armageddon. And then you go into the day of Yahuwah, which surpasses all that.
Mark, do you see? I get this sometimes where World War III is coming, but the merging of all that coming together, Armageddon, and it's just like it's going to emerge all together, and that destruction will be so great. That's what I'm understanding. I don't have proof of that, but that's what I'm like looking at it and go, well, it's speeding up. Our time is speeding up, and he's being recognized. His name and his remnant here, his bride, is looking so forward to him coming. So do you see a merging of these, what we kind of in our minds put it this to it all coming to World War III and the tribulation, Armageddon are like colliding with each other? I mean,
I hope that's what happens, Sharon. I really do. Because if it doesn't, and it comes World War III, then the anti-Messiah, and then the tribulation, and then Armageddon, we're in for a heck of a ride, man. Well, I'd say we're in big trouble at that point. Really, I mean, either way, we're in trouble, right? But I would rather see it all together in the last 3.5. Personally,
that's why we're covered, Mark. That's the way I feel. But here's a young woman. I mean, a widow that I've been talking to and mentoring. But her thing, she keeps repeating this, and I don't know how to answer it because I know that Yah is just. Okay, so she has family. I don't, if I see all this going on, I don't know that I can stand it. She just can't handle that will be going on, and she's going to see it. So I just don't know what to tell her. I just know where my heart belongs, and that is hard for someone who's coming into Torah here. Okay. Anyway. Just can you give me an idea of verses to give her, or
Well, I would just tell her that the name of Yahuwah is a strong tower, and the righteous run into it and are safe. Tell her that. A lot of people can't deal with it, what's coming, man, so they ignore it and they pretend like it's not written in there. Very few Christian leaders talk about it to their congregations because it's considered voodoo. It scares people. They don't like to hear this stuff. But we can't run and hide from this. This is something that's prophesied. It's something that's happening and is coming on us very quickly. And so we have to learn about it so we know what's going on, and then depend on the Ruach HaKodesh's guidance and protection through it all. That's all we can really do here, man, because it's going to be horrible, horrific, beyond our imagination. Matter of fact, can't even imagine the death of 1/3 of mankind. That's so much death and carnage and injuries that we can't even perceive it in our minds. You just really can't. But it's going to be something that we're going to see if we remain alive. Okay, then you're going to perceive it because you're going to see it. But right now, our minds can't perceive it because it's so devastating. It's so vast. Our minds can't even acknowledge that many deaths, that much carnage at one time. They've proven that many people cannot die with a conventional war. Just can't. It has to be nuclear, biological, and chemical in order to kill that many people in one war. Just can't do it conventionally. They've already proven that.
Well, they've talked about bringing back some more biological weapons on us, needles or whatever you want to call it. But anyway,
Revelation talks about it. So yeah.
So anyway, I just like to. I tell her the one thing is become the bride. That's it. Become the bride, because the bridegroom's coming after his bride, and you have a voice and a love because you've done and obeyed that he loves you that much, because that's all he's ever wanted is a relationship with us. So that's what I kind of lead her to. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So Mark actually read, see, that's how Yahuwah works. Mark actually read all the scriptures there that I had written down. So that was good. We look like we're getting a thunderstorm coming up here. So if I have to bleep out for a minute, I'll let you know, and then I'll get right back with you in a minute or two. So just hold on there. I'm going to need a reader for chapter 6. And in the meantime, while y'all are thinking about that, I wanted to share with you, as I was going through this in Micah about the 6 and the 7 and all that, I was led over to Ecclesiastes chapter 11, to Koheleth chapter 11, and I'm going to read these first 5 verses because I saw Micah chapter 5 throughout in all these verses, what we've talked about in chapter 5. It says, "Send out your bread on the face of the Mayim, for after many yeomen you shall find it. Give a portion to 7 and also to 8, for you do not know what evil might be on the Arats. If the clouds are filled with rain, they empty themselves upon the Arats. And if a tree falls to the south," and we know trees are people. So if they fall to the south or to the north in that place, then where the tree falls, there it is. So he who watches the wind does not sow, and he who looks at the clouds does not reap. As you do not know what is the way of the wind, or how the bones grow in the womb of her who is with child, so you do not know the works of Elohim who makes everything. And so just as I was reading through those verses, Micah 5:5, 5:6, 5:7, 5:8, that, and I was led over here to that, and it just, I don't know, for some reason that sticks out in my mind as being, it was like Solomon, when he wrote this, he was responsible. This is where this started at, when they were all broken up and the 10 separated from the 2. And it's kind of like he saw this coming, but I don't know if he really knew this was coming, but he saw this coming. So I thought that was interesting. But so chapter 6, who would like to read chapter 6 for me? Yes, Talitha, thank you.
Okay, chapter 6. Hear now what Yahuwah is saying. Arise, strive with the mountains, and let the hills hear your voice. Hear, O you mountains, the controversy of Yahuwah, and you everlasting foundations of the Eretz. For Yahuwah has a controversy with his people, and he shall reprove Yisrael. My people, what have I done to you? And how have I wearied you? Answer me, for I brought you up from the land of Mitzrayim, and I ransomed you from the house of bondage, and I sent Moses, Aaron, and Miriam before you. My people, remember, please, what Balak sovereign of Moab advised, and what Balaam son of Beor answered him, from Shittim to Gilgal, in order to know the righteousness of Yahuwah. With what shall I come before Yahuwah? Bow myself before the high Elohim? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Is Yahuwah pleased with thousands of rams and 10,000 rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my being? He has declared to you, O man, what is good, and what does Yahuwah require of you, but to do right, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your Elohim. The voice of Yahuwah cries to the city, and let sound wisdom see your name. Hear the rod and him who appointed it. Are there still treasures of wrongness in the house of the wrong, and the short measure that is an abomination? Would I be innocent with wrong scales and with a bag of false weights? For her rich men are filled with cruel unrighteousness, and her inhabitants have spoken falsehood, and their tongue is deceit in their mouth. So I shall smite you with a grievous wound, to lay you waste because of your sins. You shall eat, but not be satisfied, and your inside be empty, and you shall store up, but not save. And what you save, I shall give to the sword. You shall sow, but not reap. You shall tread the olives, but not anoint yourselves with oil, and make sweet wine, but not drink wine. For the laws of Omri are strictly observed, and all the works of the house of Achab, and you walk in their counsels. Therefore, I give you for a ruin, and your inhabitants for a hissing, and let you bear the reproach of my people.
Thank you, Talitha. Phyllis?
I want to share something with the Natsarim group. If we can have a moment. Yes, Sandra. Brother Dan has passed, and he's gone off to, but he's better. He's not suffering anymore, honey. He's, but Gina, she's got her brother and her brother-in-law and a sister-in-law there with her right now, so she'll be okay. And she wanted me to tell you all that how much she and Dan appreciated the cards and the support. Some people, were sending help, and she really appreciated it and wanted me to share with you all how much he loved you. And he never got to meet you, but we'll all meet him later. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Phyllis. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So here in chapter, there he is. Look.
Yeah. I've only seen 2 pictures of him.
It's precious.
Praise to Yahushua. Hallelujah. All
Praise to
thanks and all honor and all praise to Yahuwah, who's right judge and ruling.
Yes, I'll take a moment of silence, please. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so chapter 6. We see in chapter 6 how it points out how to approach Yahuwah. And it shows us what true obedience and righteousness looks like. It tells us we're to walk humbly and to walk modestly and to be lowly and to keep close to Elohim. So, so in keeping close to Yahuwah and his commandments, we have wisdom through his Ruach. And verse 9 tells us that in this wisdom, you see his name. And it says, hear the rod and him who appointed it. So I'm going to read a few verses here about the rod. So let's go to Isaiah 10, 24 and 25. Should be close to page 434. Chapter 10, 24 and 25. Therefore, thus says the Master Yahuwah, my people who dwell in Zion, be not afraid of Assyria, who beats you with a rod and lifts up his staff against you in the way of Mizraim. For yet a little while, and the displeasure shall be completed, and then my displeasure be to their destruction. And then if we look over to Isaiah 11, it says, and verse 1, a rod shall come forth from the stump of Yeshe, and a sprout from his roots shall bear fruit. And then if we look at Micah 7:14, shepherd your people with your rod, the flock of your inheritance, who dwell alone in a forest in the midst of Carmel. Let them feed in Bashan and Gilead as in the days of old. And let's check out Psalm Tehillim, chapter 2. And we're going to look at, well, I'm not in Psalms. Hold on. Fighting with my pages. Psalms 2, 1 through 12 says, why do the nations rage and the peoples meditate emptiness? The sovereigns of the earth take their stand, and the rulers take counsel together against Yahuwah and against his Mashiach. And they say, let us tear apart their bonds, throw away their ropes from us. He who is sitting in the Shemaim laughs. Yahuwah mocks at them. Then he speaks to them in his wrath and troubles them in his rage, saying, but I have set my sovereign on Zion, my set-apart mountain. I inscribe for a law. Yahuwah has said to me, you are my son. Today I brought you forth. Ask of me, and I make the nations your inheritance, and the ends of the Eretz your possession. Break them with a rod of iron, and dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. So the Hebrew for rod is mateh. It's 4294, and it's from another word Natal.
Oh, would you spell it, please?
Okay, I don't know. I can't say it. That's for sure. Matteh. It's 4294, and it's from a root Nautaw, Nawtaw, Hebrew 5186. And so it means to extend out or to offer. So figuratively, it's a staff, it's a support, as in life. So it's something that you need to live, like bread. So like you need bread and water to live. So you need this rod. So it can also mean a staff, a branch, a ruling scepter, a tribe. So in ancient Israelite culture, the rod was a symbol of power and governance and authority and discipline. So it really it symbolizes a set apartness. So it's used for guidance and protection. And so Yahuwah is all these things to us. So you have any thoughts or questions about that?
What was the number for Matteh?
It's 4294.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so verses 11. Oh, I'm sorry, Talitha. Yes.
Sorry, before we go too far, I just have a question about the controversy. Like, what is that? It says, oh, on number 2, it says, oh, you mountains, the controversy of Yahuwah.
Okay.
And then again, it says, for Yahuwah has a controversy with his people. What is, I don't understand that.
It's kind of like a trial. Like, you know how you would come into the court system and you set up like a trial, and you have the judge, and then you have your peers. So they've come in, and the controversy of Yahuwah and your everlasting foundation. So he's putting them on trial for what they've done. And he's setting forth for them all the things. He's telling them first, he's laying out what it is that he has done for them, and telling them, why have you left me or been disobedient or forsaken me? Because I have never left you, and I have followed through with my promises. So it's kind of like a court, and he's setting before them. Then it mentions everything that they're doing against him. So once he goes through and he sets forth the statement, the beginning statement, this is what I've done for you. I've not left you. So here is your crimes. And so then he's making a statement of the crimes here that they're doing against him. So they're having wrong measures and wrong scales and false weights and falsehood and deceit. So all those things that they're telling. Did that answer your question? Okay, thanks, you got it. Okay.
Sorry, I don't like. I hear what you're saying, and I'm still not really.
Okay. Sandra?
It says here, oh you mountains, the controversy of Yahuwah. So the mountains are the controversy of Yahuwah, and I don't understand, right? Because there's a comma there. So it's, oh you mountains, and then it's stating the controversy of Yahuwah, but I don't I'm not getting it. I still don't get it.
Okay.
The mountains are the people. And the controversy is we have a difference of opinion going on here. You're out of my control. And this is what makes you out of my control. So it's like when you have a controversy with something, you have a difference of I say this and you say that. That's what he's telling them. You are my people and you are against me.
Brother Mark.
Yeah. Sanders correct. That's basically what I was going to say. Yeah, the mountains will be the nations. Arise, strive. Where's that at? I lost it. Hear, O you mountains. See, and then that's where that comma there, Talita. So that would be nations. The controversy of Yahuwah. So they're in opposition to what his will is. In other words, when you argue against or debate something, there's a controversy there. And you everlasting fountains of the earth, foundation of the earth, for Yahuwah has a controversy with his people. Now he's letting you know it's also he has one between him and his people, with between him and the nations, and with him and his people, because they're acting like the nations, right? So he has the same controversy with his people as he does with the nations, is what this is basically saying. And he shall reprove Yisrael, meaning he's going to bring a matter to an end. He's bringing this controversy to an end. And we can see that talked about in Romans 9. So we go to Romans 9, 28.
Everything's blown away.
It says, for he is bringing a matter to an end and is cutting it short in righteousness, because Yahuwah shall cut short a matter on the Eretz. See that? That's speaking of that controversy. And then again in Revelations 11:8. Reference 11:8. Revelation 11:8. And their dead bodies lie in the street. 11? Yeah, 11:8. And their dead bodies lie in the street of the great city, which ruachly is called Sodom and Mitzrayim, where also our master was staked. So this is speaking about Yahuwah's decisive actions to bring about his right ruling, or justice, if you will, and restore his creation, to put his universal law of love back into sync. Right now, the universal law of love is out of balance. That's the controversy. See, so we acted against love, and we threw it out of sync. It's out of whack. It's wobbling. Okay. He's going to put it all back into sync, back and restore his creation and restore the universal law of love. And that's how we're going to live in the millennium reign, under that restored law, the restoration of the universal law of love. Okay. See what I'm saying? That's the controversy. Okay. They're against love. He's for love, because he is love.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it helps also the mountains. I didn't realize that was referring to the nations. And yeah, thank you. I have a much better understanding.
That's good. Thank you. Sandra, did you have something?
I had a question. Is it the same thing as like I think he says that the foundations of the world is upside down? There's a scripture in there that says that. I don't know if that's from a bad translation or not.
I don't remember that.
But you know, I'm thinking, you know, he said wisdom has built her house. Yahuwah is love. Mm-hmm. So based on what Brother Mark is saying, the university of love out of balance. The universal law of love is out of balance. It's iniquity is abound, so the love of many has waxed cold. Matter of fact, like he was saying, there is no love anymore, because we are operating under the world system without him. Because without him, there is no love.
Yeah. That's right.
So it gives me a better understanding.
Okay. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Brother Mark. So in 6, the last verse, verse 16, it says, "For the laws of Omri are strictly observed." Who's Omri?
Oh, I looked that up. The wicked king introduced and promoted disobedience and pagan practices, Baal worship. 1 Kings chapter 16. Current business practices, injustices against Yah rights ruling. Just like what Brother Mark was talking about.
Yeah, I've got him over here. I'll read him. Let me see what Mark's got to say.
He's the son of Achab.
Well, I think Achab is his son, actually.
Yeah, he is. Achab is his son.
He's the founder of idolatrous practices of the northern kingdom is where he was at, okay? This King Omri, okay? And he was teaching everyone, instead of keeping the statues of Yahuwah, which are the 10 Debarim, he taught them to practice the idolatrous pagan statues of Baal worship, okay? And here's the kicker. Achab, his son, married Jezebel. That was Jezebel's husband.
Yeah.
And we all know what happened to Jezebel, right? She was eaten by dogs. Became dog done.
Yes. Wow. Yeah. Yes, Sandra.
So in reality as to where we are today, it's like how they have what do they call those laws? They got NORAD laws versus the 10 Commandments. Don't want you to teach anything about our Creator in the school system and stuff. So it's sort of like the same thing that we have to function under today. They're teaching philosophies and secular humanism and all that versus what thus says Yahuwah. They're under the same
Noahide laws. They're actually on the books. Did you know that? If you look it up, our country, that law is on the books, and the Noahide laws. And you know what the penalty of that is to violate that law? On our books here in America, look it up. Beheading. The penalty is to behead you. Gee whiz. Like that's set up for somebody, isn't it?
But those laws are not in the book of life.
Yeah, all they have to do is put them into practice. The law's on the books. The penalty's on the books, beheading. All they have to do is implement it, man, and away we go. Must be something to do with the plan of the devil there. I mean, something going on there, isn't there? You know what it is the Noahide laws, in the end, supposedly, this is the way I understand it anyway, is that if you're a Gentile, if you don't have any blood, the Hebrew blood, you're going to be required by law to keep the Noahide commandments. Okay? And if you don't, if you get caught keeping the 10 commandments, they're going to behead you. If you have Hebrew DNA, then you're not allowed to keep the Noahide laws. You have to keep the Yahuwah statutes, the 10 commandments. And if you're caught doing otherwise, beheading. And guess who is going to be put in charge of all this? The Levites on the third temple. The Pharisees in the third temple. That's the way they got it all written up, man. They're over there doing DNA on people, trying to find the gene of Aaron, and they have found it. It's all happening underground right now. Crazy stuff, man.
Thank you, Mark. That was informative.
Then we have to go back to Psalms 2 that you.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, so if you want to read about Omri, that's in 2 Kings chapter 16. So if you want to read about him. So I need a reader for our last chapter, chapter 7. See, Ike, I'm going to get you in here again. That'll be good. Take off.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yeah.
Oh. Woe to me, for I am as gathering of summer fruit, as gleaning of the grape harvest. There is no cluster to eat. My being has desired the first ripe fruit. The kind one has perished from the Urats, and there is no one straight among men. All of them lie in wait for blood. Everyone hunts his brother with a net. Both hands are on the evil to do it well. The prince asks for gifts. The judge seeks a bride. And the great man speaks the desires of his being, and they weave it together. The best of them is like a prickly plant. The most straight is sharper than a thorn hedge. The yum of your watchmen and your punishment has come. Now is their confession or confusion. Trust no friend. Rely on no companion. Guard the doors of your mouth from her who lies in your bosom. For son is despising father. Daughter rise up against her mother. Daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The enemies of a man are the men of his own house. As for me, I look to Yahuwah. I wait for the Elohim of my deliverance. My Elohim does hear me. Do not rejoice over me, O my enemy. When I have fallen, I have risen. When I sit in darkness, Yahuwah is a light to me. I bear the displeasure of Yahuwah, for I have sinned against him, until he pleads my case and shall execute right ruling for me, until he brings me out into the light, and I look on his righteousness, and let my enemies see it, and let shame cover her who said to me, where is Yahuwah? Where is Yahuwah, your Elohim? Let my eyes look on her. Now she is trampled down like mud in the streets. The yum for building.
You get Isaiah 5 ready?
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. Continue.
Okay. The yum for building her walls. Let the decree go far and wide in that yum. That yum, when they come to you from Asher and the besieged cities of Natsarim, and from the siege to the river, and from the sea to sea, and mountain to mountain. But the wretch shall become a waste because of those who dwell in it, and for the fruit of their deeds. Shepherd your people with your rod, the flock of your inheritance, who dwell alone in a forest. In the midst of Carmel, let them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in Yamin of old. As in the Yamin, when you came out of the land of Natsarim, I shall let him see wonders. Let the nations see and be ashamed of all their might. Let them put their hand over their mouth. Let their ears be deaf. Let them lick the dust like a serpent. Let them come trembling from their strongholds like snakes of their rats. Let them be afraid of Yahuwah, our Elohim, and fear because of you. Who is in all like you, taking away crookedness and passing over the transgressions of the remnant of his inheritance? He shall not retain his wrath forever, for he himself delights in kindness. He shall turn back. He shall have compassion on us. He shall trample upon our crookedness, and he throw all our sins into the depth of the sea, who give truth to Jacob, kindness to Abraham, which he swore to our fathers from the Yamin of old. Hallelujah.
Yes, hallelujah. That was great. Thank you, Ike. So here he starts by using imagery about a vineyard. And grapes and vineyards are often used to symbolize Israel or Yahuwah's people. So, Joe, read Isaiah 5, 1 through 7 for me, please.
5:1. Please let me sing to the one I love, a song of my loved one regarding his vineyard. My loved one has a vineyard on a fertile hill, and he dug it up and cleared it of stones and planted it with the choicest vine and built a watchtower in its midst. And he also made a wine press in it. And he waited for the yielding of grapes, but it yielded rotten ones. And now, O inhabitant of Jerusalem and man of Yehuda, please judge between me and my vineyard. What more could have been done to my vineyard that I have not done in it? Why, when I waited for the yielding of grapes, did it yield rotten ones? And now, please let me inform you what I am doing to my vineyard, to take away its hedge, and it shall be burned, to break down its walls, and it shall be trampled down. And I lay it waste. It is not pruned or dug, and thorn bushes and weeds shall come up. And I command the clouds not to rain on it. For the vineyard of Yahuwah Sabaoth is the house of Israel, and the man of Yehuda in his pleasant plant. He looked for right ruling, but see oppression, for righteousness, but see weeping.
Okay. I think that's it. Okay, and then if we look over in Husha or Hosea, chapter 10, 1 through 4, speaks of Israel is a degenerate vine. He brings forth fruit for himself. As his fruit increased, he increased the altars, and the better his land, the better they made the pillars. Their heart has been slippery. Now they are guilty. He breaks down their altars and he destroys their pillars. For now they say, we have no sovereign because we did not fear Yahuwah. What would the sovereign do for us? They have spoken words, swearing falsely and making a covenant. Therefore judgment shall spring up like poison weeds in the furrows of the field. So if we go back here to Micah, and it says, as gleanings of the grape harvest. So the gleanings of the grapes, that means there was no cluster there. So it's a lack of righteousness among the people, a lack of spiritual abundance. There was none in the gleanings. So the summer fruit represents gleanings, and the summer fruit and the gleanings represent what should have been a plentiful harvest here. But the absence of the cluster signifies a scarcity of good and righteous deeds among the people. So, and then Micah 7, 2 and 3 says, the kind one has perished from the Eretz, and there is no one straight among men. All of them lie in wait for blood, and everyone hunts his brother with a net. So Micah is actually, he's lamenting over a warning that was actually given over in Proverbs. See if I can get over there. Proverbs 1, 11 through 20. If they say, come with us, let us ambush for blood. Let us ambush the innocent without a cause. Let us swallow them alive like the grave, and entirely like those going down to the pit. Let us find our precious goods. Let us fill our houses with spoil. Cast in your lot among us, and let us all have one purse. My son, do not walk in the way with them. Keep your foot from their path, for their feet run to evil, and they are in a hurry to shed blood. For in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, but they lie in wait for their own blood, and they're ambushing with their own lives. So this is going on here. The people are just, they're just lying in wait and just waiting on others just to see how they can take advantage of them and steal from them. And then we get to verse 4. It says, the best of them is like a prickly plant. So it didn't matter how upright they appeared to be. They were still harmful and evil. So, they were putting on this face like they were perfect and upright and righteous, but that just wasn't so. So he's given them that warning. Let's see, verse 4 says, in that the day or the yom of your watchman and your punishment has come, now is there confusion. So what is the yom of your watchman? So what is the watchman there? Anyone tell me? Yes, Sharon.
The Natsarim.
Yes, that's right. So the watchmen, those are those that are keeping watch. So here, their watchmen were, they stay up on the edges of the city, and they watch for the enemy approaching. And so that's what we're doing. We're watchmen. We're watching and we're waiting for the approaching enemy so that we can warn people. And so that's what we should be out there doing. Let's see here. Let's look at verse 8. It says, "Do not rejoice over me, O my enemy. When I have fallen, I have risen. When I sit in darkness, Yahuwah is a light to me. I bear the displeasure of Yahuwah, for I have sinned against him. Until he pleads my case, and I shall execute right ruling for me, until he brings me out into the light, and I look on his righteousness. And let my enemy see it, and let shame cover her who said to me, where is Yahuwah, my Elohim?" So this verse to me seems like it's talking about Yahusha's coming and his resurrection the first time around. I could be wrong there, but I'm seeing here that the people were his enemies when he came. He fell asleep. He was the first resurrection. He was in the darkness of the tomb. He bore our sin. He pled our case. And so he was the blood sacrifice for us. And so in him was executed right ruling. So he brings that light to our path and an expectancy to his coming. So that's kind of what I saw in those verses there was Yahusha. And it said, let shame come to those who said to him, where is your Elohim? So, and they said, they were saying, where is he at? So that reminded me of Yahusha there. Does anyone have any thoughts about that? Does that kind of stick out to you too? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much the same. We get it too. Yeah, we're right with you.
Yeah. Okay. So when we go over here to verse 10, it says trampled like mud. So here, what do you think the mud represents? Any thoughts? No? What do you think the mud represents? Okay, so it really means they're trampled down like in utter defeat. I mean, they're trampled down so low they're not going to be able to get up from this. So this is like underfoot. They're going to be humiliated. They're going to be weak, and it also shows how powerful the ability of Yahuwah is to intervene in human affairs and take care of things. So, yeah. So Micah 7:13.
Jen?
Yes.
No, couldn't it represent? Isn't there a scripture where it says we will walk on their ashes? After what is that? After the
I have read that. I don't know where that's at.
Yeah, that's what brings to my mind.
Yeah, like mud because they're down there and we all return to dust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saying that. Well, that's good. Yeah. So
Mud makes it stick, so they ain't going nowhere.
Stand where they're at. Mark.
Yeah. I kind of get out of 12 here, Armageddon, and then 13 leading into the day of Yahuwah of Isaiah 24.
Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah, I can see that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and that ashes thing is in Malachi, I do believe, isn't it? Or is it Joel?
See, I don't remember where that's at.
I think it's Malachi.
I think it's Malachi.
Yeah.
Might be Joe, but I think it's Malachi. Let me see if I can find it really fast. 1, 2, 3, 4. I found it. No, I didn't. Yeah. Oh, it would help if I was in Malachi.
Yeah, I know it. So I've actually got written down here by verse 13, the earth shall become a waste to those who dwell in it. And I've got day of Yahuwah. So I was there on this path.
I'm saying that, yeah, Armageddon and Day of Yahuwah.
Yes.
But it is in Malachi 4:3. And you shall trample the wrongdoers, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet on the yom that I do this, says Yahuwah Zaboeth. Yeah, so that is Malachi 4:3. But here I'm not seeing that. I'm kind of seeing Armageddon, and then 13, the Day of Yahuwah, because the earth shall become a waste because of those who dwell in it, and for the fruit of their deeds. Isaiah 24. Look at Isaiah 24 on that one. Yeah. And 5 and 6. For the eretz has been defiled under its inhabitants, because they have transgressed the truth, changed the law, broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore a curse shall consume the eretz, and those who dwell in it be punished. Therefore the inhabitants of the eretz shall be burned, and few men shall be left.
Yeah.
And Peter, 2 Peter says the earth will be burned up and the elements will melt. So it's definitely going to become a waste. 2 Peter 3. Check it out. 2 Peter 3. Probably in 10. But the Yom of Yahuwah shall come as a thief in the night, in which the Shemayim shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with intense heat, and the eretz and the works that are in it shall be burned up. And then down to 12, looking for and hastening the coming of the day of Elohim, through which the Shemayim shall be destroyed, being set on fire, and the elements melt with intense heat. Day of Yahuwah, man, makes everything else pitiful, doesn't it?
That means everything that man has made is gone.
Everything. Gone. Wow.
Anyone else have any thoughts or comments or questions?
I do. What happened to
I know what happened to Sandra.
Sandra Renee?
She's lost.
Mark, you had a question?
Yeah, what happened?
Ike wants to back up if we're done with 7, back up to 2, chapter 2.
Okay. Well, we're not done with 7. We still have a few verses, but if you want to back up to that and ask a question while
It's okay.
No, go ahead and
Keep going.
Okay. Don't forget that one. Okay. So in verse 14, it says, shepherd your people with your rod, the flock of your inheritance, who dwell alone in a forest in the midst of Carmel, like them feed in Bashan and Gilead, as in the days of old. So Carmel, Bashan, and Gilead were very significant regions. So if you look over here at Jeremiah 50, and let's look at verse 19. It says, and I shall bring back Israel to his pasture, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his being shall be satisfied on Mount Ephraim and Gilead. So looks like that's in reference to that verse. Um, so Carmel means vineyard or orchard. So they had some lush vegetation there, and so it's kind of like a metaphor, I think, for Yahuwah's restoration of his people in the end days. So there'll be a thriving vineyard, um, lush. And then Bashan, it was known for their pasture and their strong cattle. So that would be provision and strength. So Yahuwah is going to be providing for us, and he is our strength. And then Gilead means, it's named for Jacob. So it means Galad, or heap of witness. So it was known for, they had a balm there that was made for like it was a healing resin that they used for healing. So it really symbolizes a healing restoration, where he doesn't just put a Band-Aid on this, he fixes it. He takes care of it. So and then in verse 19, we see that Micah tells us the compassion for Yahusha, and he will throw all of our sins into the depths of the sea. And then the last verse sums up, you give truth to Jacob, kindness to Abram, which you swore to our fathers from the days of old. So he never goes back on his promises. Never breaks a promise. So when you find one that he's broken, let me know, because I don't really believe you're going to find one. So, and then I had that finishing up. I think I was going to read Psalm 145:13. So let me get over there, and then we can back up and see what Ike's question was. 145. Tehillim 145 and 13. Your reign is an everlasting reign, and your rule is throughout all generations. All generations. So now we can back up and check with Ike, but I'm finished for today. Thank you very much. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I would say let's go to 103. Psalms
Okay.
103, 11 through 14. 103, 11 through 14. For as the Shemaim are high above the Yerets, so great is his kindness for those who fear him. As far as the east is from west, so far as he removed our crimes from us. As the Father has compassion for his children, so Yahuwah has compassion for those who fear him. For he knows how we are made. He remembers that we are dust. So I think this
Hallelujah.
verse 19 here, and you throw all our sins to the depths of the sea. Not only is that emphasize Yahuwah's steadfast love for the remnant of his people, but when it says from the east to the west, this being a circular or round earth, means that there's no end there. There's no distance, okay? So it's round. And so what this is saying from basically is that not only is Yahuwah willing to remove our sins, but he also is willing to forget them and never bring them up again, which to me is totally frigging amazing.
Yeah.
And no stretch of the imagination.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It says, although your sins are like scarlet, you will be like white as wool. Scarlet being the color of sin, of course. So I think this is a very powerful statement, and something that we can all cling to. We should be joyous with this one. This is This is something that's it's an ultimate triumph over our sin and our enemies. This amazing statement here, something that shouldn't be really taken lightly. Look at Isaiah 1:18. Isaiah 1:18. Come now and let us reason together, says Yahuwah. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red like crimson, they shall be as wool. Hebrews 8:12. Look at Hebrews 8:12. Hebrews 8:12. Because I shall forgive their rebellion and their sins and their lawlessnesses, I shall no longer remember. By saying new, renewed, he has made the first old. Now what becomes old and growing age is near disappearing. Powerful, man. I'd like to point your attention up here to 17. Let them lick the dust like a serpent. Let them come trembling from their strongholds like snakes of the Eretz. And let them be afraid of Yahuwah our Elohim and fear because of you. What's that all about? Lick the dust. What's happening there, man? Can't hear you, Jim.
I said, I don't believe I caught that one, but I had noticed that the serpent was like a sting. And I was thinking sting of death when I read that, but that doesn't mean that I was correct. So,
Yeah, that in the Hebrew mindset, to lick the dust like a serpent, it's not a literal thing that you're going to go down and crawl on the ground and eating dust. It's a Hebraic idiom or metaphor, if you will, and it's symbolic of degradation and subjection. And to us returning to dust if we are disobedient. Yahuwah making his enemies to bow to him, to bow low to him in the dust, as low as the dust, for their disobedience and their willingness not to repent. Extremely powerful verse here. About all I got to say there. One thing I like to point out here before we turn over to Ike is that this chapter 7 here is really divided into two sections. Okay, so verses 1 through 6 here is Mikah laminating over the societal decay of his day, mostly the leaders. And then from 7 to 20, it's his hope in Yahuwah's trustworthiness, his love for his steadfast love for his people, and the promise of restoration of the remnant of Israel. So it's hope in Yahuwah's restoration, which you were saying, Jim. So you were spot on with that. Okay. All right. I'm done.
all right, Ike, what was your question?
Going back to chapter 2, start at 7. Okay, but before I read that, I kind of want to get a mind frame of the situation. Now they're talking about the prophets then. And the prophets back then, people trusted them to hear the word of Yah, right? I mean, they went to the synagogues, and I mean, they put a lot of faith and trust in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and it's okay. Let me get in and start at 7.
Chapter 2?
Yeah, chapter 2, verse 7. Are you called house of Jacob? Has the Ruach of Yahuwah been limited? Are these his doing?
I'm looking for
Do,
my
do,
Is it
do
spelled?
not my words.
Hold on a second. June, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do not my words do good to the one walking uprightly? And lately my people have risen up as an enemy. So right there, that's telling me that his people are being disobedient. They're listening to the false prophets. They're not doing Yahuwah's will. And he goes on and says, you strip off the robe of your garments. They stripped off their covering from Yahuwah. Okay? From those who trust you as they pass by, those returning from war. Everybody. Everybody. You have driven the women of my people from their pleasant houses, meaning they have lost their Yah's covering. They're not covered by their husband or their man. They have lost everything. They're basically dust
Naked.
to me. Yeah, they're naked. You have taken away my splendor from the children forever, meaning from their false testimonies and lies. They talk to children, wives. They basically would die because of their false teachings. That was basically it. I just wanted to see if I was not making that up in my mind, or if that's what was really going on there. Any thought?
I can see that. I think Sandra had touched on that too when we went through that verse, how she was talking about that, and I think Talitha might have mentioned something on that matter. Yeah, but yes, most definitely. I mean, these people were really low, and they were stripping everyone down. There was nothing left when they got through with them. So yes, I am seeing that totally.
And I'm not for sure, but I think my splendor, Yah's capital M there, that says my Yah speaking about his splendor is the spirit.
Yep.
I'm not sure. I mean, it just what it came to.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any thoughts or questions?
You done real good, Joan. Enjoyed it.
Thank you. I'll listen to Yahusha. Yeah, I didn't want to be a tinkling bell, but try to get in all that word. But anyway, if everyone is done with me, so I'm going to hand it back over to Brother Mark.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. I think you did
Thank
excellent,
you, Jim.
man. I could see the work in the research that you put into this. Is basically you were interpreting verse by verse throughout the entire study. And rightfully so. That's the way we really should study, isn't it? We all need to have patience with Yahuwah and with each other and study more precisely and more accurately, as much as accurately as possible. And so great job, June. Thank you very much. Phil says he's going to be back soon. If Phil is not back next week, I don't know if he will be or not. But if he's not, Talitha, can you be ready with yours just in case Phil doesn't show up? Okay.
Yes,
you have
I will be ready with.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You did great, June. Thank you.
You have Nakum.
I'll esteem to Yahusha, which I did skip quite a bit there when the announcement about Dan happened. So that kind of got me kind of off somewhere else, and I skipped quite a bit. But thank you for just taking the time to listen to me, because I feel so undeserving that he would love me so much, that he would give me the opportunity to come to him and obey and love him and do his commandments. So I give him all the praise and the thanks for that.
Yahusha made you worthy.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Okay. Does anybody got any questions, comments, or thoughts for June or myself on today's study? Has anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions for Oz on today's study? Has anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions to Sharon on today's study? Does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions for Phyllis on today's study? Does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions for Joe on today's study? Has anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions for Ike about today's study? Does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions to Talita about today's study? If not, well, does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions for me about last night's study? Phyllis?
It's not about last night's study, but I got a notice that the U.S. has moved their bunker bomb, whatever it was you called it, bunker buster. They're moving it in place. So
okay,
time's getting short.
Yeah, as was to be expected. Go ahead, Ike.
I don't have a question. I just got a statement to Oz about Jonah of last week. That was an incredible book. I think you had a very hard task in front of you because, like Mark was saying, that whole book is prophetic. I mean, it's prophesied. I mean, Yahuwah woke me up the other night and said it's all about Yahusha. The whole book. I mean, and Sharon, right after that, Sharon said something about what was it?
The Good Samaritan.
Oh, the Good Samaritan, that Yah gave her a revelation about the Good Samaritan. But I just want to say that was a tough one, and you done real good last week, Oz. I never looked at it like that before neither. I mean, it was like, wow, it just blew me out of the water. Thank you.
Anybody else? Gotta be somebody got a question. Somebody. Talita? Good to you.
Yeah, so it's not a question, but next week, if Phil doesn't come, or whenever it's my turn, whether it's next week or the week after, there will be a moment that I'm gonna need to take like a small break, and hopefully it can flow when everyone's like talking. But there is gonna be a moment that I'm gonna need to put down Mikhail for a nap. So yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work. Like I don't know. I wanted to just.
Well, when you get ready to do that, then I'll take over, or Phyllis will take over, and
We'll get
find
Sandra to sing.
Yeah, we'll get something to talk about until you come back. Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay. Perfect.
Anybody else? Yeah, Phyllis, you got something, man?
Yes, I do, and I think it started with Jonah last week, and it's been that thing about the vine is just, I don't know if anybody thinks it's as hard hitting as I do, but he said Yahushua told him, he said you felt sorry for the vine. And he says, I made the vine. I'm paraphrasing. He made the vine. He made the dirt the vine grew in. And he sent the worm. But he made the sun, and he made the soil and the earth. So whenever whenever we're having troubles, and I have to admit, I've been going through some serious trials this past week, and I was whining to my husband, and then I just realized, look at me, I'm alive, and everything I have has been given to me. What do you have that has been given you? Yahushua made it all. And if I'm having trouble because of the loss of this or the loss of that, well, it didn't belong to me. It belonged to him. We're just borrowing. We're just borrowing the space that we live in. And the things that you have that you think are important, those are given to you. And he can take them away. That's what he means. If somebody steals from you, then give them your jacket too, because your tunic, because he can restore it. He made it. He made sure you had it to begin with, and if you lose it, he'll help you have it back if you deserve it. And I can't even express what I'm thinking about here. I'm hoping that you're picking up on it. Are you picking up what I'm laying down?
I am.
Phyllis, Yah says to me, Sharon, when things are like that, you think it's all going wrong or whatever, he'll say, count it all good. Because he's working through things to bring him esteem through your lives, through our walks. And he just loves us so much. Our journeys are so already on a path that Yahushua's already made. We just have to walk this out in belief and know that it's all good. It's all good, Sharon.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
What Phyllis is saying there is extremely important for all of us, really, because we let the perception of ownership sometimes overwhelm us to the point where we want more and 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 more. Okay. So what we should be doing, one thing that's very wise in this life is to never ever love something so much that you can't live without it. And I hope all of you are picking up what I'm laying down on that one.
Yeah.
As a witness, I agree.
Because it's all going away.
It's either going to burn or it's gone. It's like we're just stewards of taking care of what he's given us. And yeah.
That's it. Mm-hmm. That's it, man. We're stewards. That's it. Talitha, go ahead.
I have to admit that, like, as a young mother, that's a very difficult thing to wrap your head around because that includes your children. And it's like, I understand it, and I understand that that's what you're supposed to do, but understanding it and doing it is something very different.
Yeah, it is. It's a hard thing, but you got to keep your mind right, man. Or you'll go nuts. You know what I mean? Just trust in Yahuwah and believe in, his power to give. He's the great giver. He's the great life giver. He gives us everything. So believe in his power to give us our heart's desire because he knows what it is. And hopefully he doesn't subtract. But if it's his will to do so, our minds have to be able to accept it. And it's harder to do than say, for sure. But we have to realize that this world we live in is a world of subtraction. And it can be very hard to lose something that you love. And so as hard as it is, we got to try to not fall in love with something to the point where we can't live without it. Because if we do, and we lose that thing, it could make you go crazy. You could lose your mind.
Talita, it takes practice. And one of the things I'm going to miss is hearing Dan. But Yah says, Sharon, you're going to be with him soon. So, that gives me joy to know that we're going to be together soon. And I'm like, oh, what am I thinking? Because I still hear him because he was giving the word, which goes to the heart and mind of our being because of the love we have for him. Takes practice though, because some losing family as far as they're still alive, but they're over there and you're here. It was hard. I mean, if you love them more than you love him, you're not his. That's what his word says, and not in mine. That was just paraphrased. Thank you.
Yeah. I should probably tell y'all, since y'all still here with us, be the first ones to hear it. But I think I'll be here next week. But I think after that, I'll be on vacation. So I think I'm this year. I mean, last year I missed 2 or 3 shows. We went on a long vacation. But this year it's not going to be as long. So I think I'm only going to be gone for 1 week. Then I'll be back. Maybe 2, but I don't think so. 1 or 2. Okay. So I forgot to say that and announce that last night, but just so you all know. Okay. Now, last time Davey Stead did open up a StreamYard program, and you guys were able to assemble with him last year, if you recall that. And but I don't know if he's going to do that this year or whatever. But if not, man, there's I have I think over 500 videos on YouTube that you can go and watch, or you can go over and watch Lou White's channel, or just read. Read the scriptures yourself until I get back. I don't know. Last time there was some, 3 or 4 regulars that was coming on all the time. And after I went on vacation, came back, they were gone and they've never come back. So I don't know how Yahuwah does that, but he does. He brings people in and he sends people out. Okay, so I don't have any control over that, and I don't even pretend to. But Yahuwah is at full control of all that. So, just so you know, if I could pass this on to somebody, I would, but I can't do that. The program's not set up for that. But I don't know what Davey Steed did last year. I think he went in there and bought a couple of days of airtime from StreamYard in order to do that. But I'm not sure what he did. I don't think he's here today. Anyway.
Yeah, yeah, that's what he did. I think that's what he did. Or I think he might even have a Yard Stream account. I'm not for sure. But yeah, just a handful of us got together. That was about it.
I don't think he has an account, but somehow he was able to either do a trial. Maybe it was a trial thing. I'm not sure what he did.
Yeah.
But remember, he was pretty green, so I don't think he had an account. If he does, he wasn't using it. But anyway, no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
Yeah, just what you just said, Mark, about like not loving something so much that you can live without it. It made me think about like Jonah opened this like deep interested part for me to like look into the part of fasting that is so much is repeated in scripture. I really like made me think about that, of like how much I was up to a degree in the beginning, the first day, suffering for how much I love food and I don't want to feel hungry. But eventually by the third day, I kind of realized of how much this actual practice, and now I'm getting to understand a little bit more why it's so like bolded in certain parts of scripture, that it really detaches you a bit from your flesh, because food is definitely something everyone loves, and you can definitely you can die without it, and it reminds me just something of that for what you just said. Also, another question for everybody: is anyone planning to go to the Hebrew Fest? Because we were thinking to go, but I don't know if anybody have thought about it. No.
I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, Mark mentioned it
last week.
Yeah, they do that every year, Phyllis, up there in Missouri.
We don't leave Louisville.
Yeah, left and right ministries be there, and devoted to Yah, the one who sings Shema, he'll be there. Bunch of people, a bunch of artists will be there. It's a 3-day event. Unless you want to go camp there, then it's a 5-day. If you have an RV or something, or tent if you want to go camping. But I think Raul and Yami might. I know that. I think they went last year. Yami and Raul. I think they went last year. I don't know if they're going this year or not. He's gone, but you might want to ask him.
Just wondering.
I'm not. I'm heading that way, but not up through Missouri. So I was thinking about it, but we're not going to do that. That's pretty good. They got a big tent set up. They do some reading out of the scriptures. But you got to understand that there's going to be a mixed multitude. So in other words, there's going to be Christians there as well. So you'll have to overlook their verbiage when they sing, because I'm sure they'll be singing to the J Man, But other than that, should be pretty good. Probably worth going. It's be a lot of fun,
Yeah, we were thinking also because probably there's a lot of families that go, so it might be nice also for children. We were thinking also because there's probably a lot of families that go, so it might be nice for the children to hang out with other people that know about Yahusha and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's families go there. There's a family event. It's a family event for sure. Yep.
I checked with Davey. No promises, but he says, I'll see if I can work something out. So he'll let us know. At least he's thinking about it. Oh, he's watching, I think. Okay.
Sorry, just wanted to share one last thing that just came to me in those 3 days that I was fasting. I wanted to share with you guys. As I was sitting outside at some point during the day, and I don't know, I was asking a few things, and I got this thought of like the reason why you're fasting is to prove him that you love him more than yourself, right? So you are really putting yourself in that line that not loving, you're not loving yourself more to feed yourself enough, but to prove to him that him is whom you love the most, and that you're capable to endure not loving yourself for him.
I found when I did a water fast. Oh, Phyllis, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I just said it's a good point.
I found out when I did a water fast, it was going to do it for 5 days. I made it 4.5. But the thing is there's a quietness and peace that he brings you to where you can only hear hear him, and then things all around. It's really weird feeling, but it's everything around you is just quiet. It's just, I don't even, it's just a quiet space. Yeah, and that's interesting. Even though there's a lot of chattering going on, it's still a quiet space you're in.
I agree.
And you read,
It is
and
more quiet.
yeah, when you read, you have a more clarity because it's not jumbled up with what's going on with your life or your food or whatever.
Yeah, I fasted for 7 days one time.
Oh.
And it was because I can't remember now. It seemed like it was because the Sabbath, I think the weekly Sabbath fell on, yeah, that's what it was. The weekly Sabbath fell on the day of fasting, which was, Day of Atonement, kafar, right? And so I was able to take, because you're not supposed to eat. So, but see, on the weekly Sabbath, you're not supposed to fast. It's supposed to be a day of delight, a celebration, a festival, a feast. So you're supposed to eat and be joyful to Yahuwah on the Sabbath. You're not supposed to fast on the weekly Sabbath. So the only way to go beyond that, that I could tell, was when the Day of Atonement came. You have to fast. It's mandatory. All the other fasting's voluntary, right? So I started fasting, and I was able to go that whole week, a 7-day fast. And basically, after 3 days, it becomes a lot easier, man. The first 3 days is hard. But after that, it just seems like you don't even crave food anymore. I don't know. It becomes fairly easy. How long did you fast for, Oz? How many days did you fast for, Oz?
I did 3 days. I was gonna do. My idea was to go all the way to the Shabbat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, I ended up only doing until Wednesday night. Yeah, it was 3 days. But yeah, I mean, I've done other types of fasting, but yeah, the first 2 days are the hardest. After it starts slowing down, your mind starts actually like getting less focused on that chattering of your stomach.
Yeah, so it's not something that I would think that somebody would want to do for 40 days. I mean, if you did, boy, you'd be really pushing it, man. You'd be draining yourself. You know what I mean? I think Moshe did it. Yahusha did it. I think Elijah did it even. Fasted for 40 days. All right, that'd be crazy. I think after 2 weeks of fasting, you'd probably lose 30, 40 pounds. I mean, it would tear your body up, man, so it'd be hard. It'd be a hard thing to do.
Well, I had to stop at 4.5 because I got so weak that it made me dizzy. So when it affects you in that way, you just, okay, it's enough. You just have to make that decision. There was one thing, Talitha, if you think about losing something here in the world, I think the worst thing that I could lose, Talitha, is the love of Yahuwah. But that, he loves us so much. He restores us back over and over again. And I think that would be the worst of anything that you can possibly lose. The heart and the love of your own toward him. Yeah.
Mark, I do have a question for you. Sharon and I pondered it the other day. The wedding feast.
Yeah.
When is the wedding feast? Is it right at the beginning of the millennial reign? At the end of the millennial reign?
There's different opinions on that. There's people that believe either way. Personally, my opinion, it comes after.
Okay.
because I think it's when the New Jerusalem comes down from heaven, from Yahuwah, down to the new heaven, the new earth, the new city. That's what I think. That's when I think it's the consummation of the marriage takes place, in my opinion. Some people think it's right at the beginning of the millennium reign, that he marries his bride at the first resurrection.
Yeah.
Okay, but the reason I'm saying that's because Scripture says that the new city coming down is the bride.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So it's like the bride walks down the aisle, right? To get married. And so I think it kind of symbolizes that. And there's some other reasons why I believe that way, but I guess you just study it on your own and see what you think. There's different opinions.
Cool.
That's okay. It's not it's not a salvational issue or anything like that. And so I guess you'll have to weigh it out on your own, see what you think.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, comments, or questions about anything at all?
Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you're the one who said it.
Okay, with my question, I lean towards your understanding, Mark, because isn't there a time where we get to plead for the people that we knew before? And the only time to really plead for them is when we see him being judged by Yahuwah.
At the wrath, yeah.
So I mean that made me think, hey, it's got to be at the end of the 1,000-year reign.
And mine is that, well, sorry, yours, Abba, is that it's at the coming of him where he comes and gets the bride who's been waiting. and it says in chapter 19, he talks about, it's like I see the wedding feast in chapter 19. And I would have to go over that to explain that, but I see that. And then he takes us out of that into the kingdom where togetherness, that we're going to be together. So if we're together, that means we're married. We're his property. So he's, so when we're talking about pleading for our people, he already knows. And so the family, friends, and guests are at the wedding. And so why would we need to plead for them at the wrath if they're already present at the wedding? At that time is the millennial, okay? And then to restore them to understanding doesn't mean they're going to learn what Yah has taught us through in the instructions for that 1,000 years, and many others that are out there in the nations. Okay.
Okay. Who does he resurrect at the beginning of the 1,000 years?
His bride.
Okay. That's for his bride only. Not for the people that we pleaded for.
But see, they're at the wedding. Why would he just come get the bride if he's...
How are they at the wedding?
This is our thing. I'm sorry.
Sorry, guys.
If your wedding's, where he returns and he's gonna, we just stand. We don't fight anything else. He does all that. Okay.
Yes.
So, Mark, did you have something there? You're gonna read something? I don't know.
The description of the bride starts in Revelations 21:9. And one of the 7 messengers who held the 7 bowls filled with the 7 last plagues came to me and spoke with me, saying, "Come, I shall show you the bride, the Lamb's Asha." So this is the first time that anybody ever sees the bride here. See what I'm saying? And then when you go over there to 21, 27, it says, "And there shall be shall by no means enter into whatever is unclean, neither anyone doing abomination and falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's scroll of life. And so this means that these individuals who are unrighteous or wicked, teaching falsehood, will not be part of the new city, nor will they ever see it, because they'll have been destroyed. And so, since this is symbolic of the bride, that means they'll never see the bride. And so, how could they see the wedding of the bride and participate in the wedding when it says here that they'll never see it? See what I'm saying? And so,
didn't you? I'm not going to. It's like the bride is going to get a gift.
Sorry, Mark.
The bride is going to get a gift, and that is from friends, family, and guests. People we've been praying for.
Yeah, only those who have been redeemed, okay, are going to be able to enter into the city or be the bride, man. So, if the wedding feast is after the millennium reign, it says very few people will be left. If that happens, where's all the guests that were burned up? Where are they at? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a hard one. So we're going to go through a state of restoration or renewal and live for 1,000 years. Okay. And then comes the white throne judgment, and then the eternal reign. And all those that are thrown in the lake of fire at the white throne judgment, who are deemed to be the goats, they're never going to see the bride. So if they can never see the bride, then how is it that they witnessed the wedding feast? Well, they didn't. Some people think that the first resurrection group, that are dead in Mashiach and who are alive at the second coming, are caught up together. They fly away together and meet him in the sky. He descends down upon the Mount Olives. They think that that's the culmination of the marriage. Okay, they say, well, that's the wedding feast right there. And so I guess we'll be eating hamburgers and drinking Cokes and French fries on the way down as we come down to the Mount of Olives, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Have a piece of cake or something on the way down there, if that's the wedding feast. I don't know. So obviously I'm being smart, but what they're saying is that act is the wedding feast. So the wedding feast would just be symbolic. It's not really a feast at all. It's just symbolic of the of Yahusha and the first resurrection group uniting and coming down together, and they'll be with him, always be with him. And so that the wedding feast would just be symbolic then. Like I say, man, there's a lot of different viewpoints on that and everything. It's pros and cons both ways, really.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe he will reveal it to us the closer we get to it. And, just
it's not a salvation issue. So, Lou's got a good point right here, see? And so he says the 5 wise virgins, there were 10 virgins, are waiting for their husband and are prepared. This indicates they see him for the first time at his coming. Yeah. So the 5 wise virgins will be part of the first resurrection. And there's another controversy because some people believe that the other ones, the 5 unwise, will be resurrected at the second resurrection and enter the reign. And some believe that they never enter the reign, period. Thrown into the lake of fire because they were unprepared. In other words, they didn't have the Ruach HaKodesh, is what it is. The 5 wise had the oil in their lamps, right? Their body's the lamp. The oil's the Ruach HaKodesh. So the 5 unwise didn't have the Ruach, so they never make it. That's what some people believe. Some people believe they do make it. Because look, in the second resurrection group, he's going to judge them, not by if they have the Ruach HaKodesh or not, but by their words and their works. That's what it says. So during the second resurrection, everybody that ever lived will be judged by their works and their words. And so therefore, none of them will have the Ruach. And so he's going to judge them according to their words and works to be either a goat or a sheep at the white throne judgment. See what I'm saying? So during the millennium reign, okay, if the first resurrection group is his bride, then during that 1,000-year period, you're going to be able to converse with him, and you're going to be able to petition him with your list of friends and relatives who want to be at your wedding over that 1,000-year period. And those are going to be part of the sheep, counted as the sheep. They're going to be coming to your wedding. So when the wrong that will never see the bride or the new city are destroyed, all those that are the sheep, which he allowed to come in and be there for the wedding feast, will be the bride's list of friends and relatives. Mm-hmm. So you can see it that way too. I mean, like I said, there's lots. Well, we can go on and on and on with that.
Well, I think of that phrase called the days of Noah, and I think about the fact that, well, it's all about what y'all's going to do. I mean, he shut that door for Noah, just like he shut the door for the 5 virgins, you know? So, I don't know. I forgot where I was going with that. Anyway, thank you. Wait a minute. Go ahead.
Weren't you just talking about that? The 2 flocks, the little flock and the big flock. The little flock is the bride in the big flock of the sheep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah. He says there's another flock that's not of this flock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that flock is obviously the ones that are judged to be sheep at the white throne judgment. And, you know, and then you have the ones that are delivered, are in white robes, that the number of them cannot be counted. And they came from out of the tribulation years. The final 3.5 years, they called out to Yahuwah and were delivered. And so they were given white garments. That throng of people came out of the tribulation years, the last 3.5. They're huge. That's a huge amount of people. Yeah. Okay. And then at the white throne judgment, the sheep and the goats will be the ones that are judged from everybody that ever lived. Everybody. That's going to be a large throng as well. Yeah. And then you have the repopulated earth. All those people that are part of the repopulation of the restored earth in the millennium reign is going to be a number that no one can count. Yeah. We know that because Satan, he accumulates an army out of those that repopulated earth that no man can count, and they get destroyed. But then there's another population in that millennium reign that wasn't part of that. The Satan's army. So what happens to them? More than likely, they're going to be delivered because they lived under the reign of Yahusha and did according to what he commanded as their king, because it's going to be a dynasty. It's not going to be a democracy or a communist or none of that. socialism or none of that. It's going to be he's going to be the king.
Yep. Forever.
So you would think that all those other people that didn't side with Satan were siding with Yahusha and living under his rule, his authority, and they liked it. So probably they will be saved. So there's going to be a tremendous amount of people in the eternal reign. Ain't going to be just a small remnant. There'd be a remnant. The remnant will be the bride, but all those that are there is going to be a humongous amount. They're going to make up nations, and they're going to be kings of the nations, leader in them nations. There's going to be a lot of people in the eternal reign. And in the millennium reign too, as far as that goes. But there's going to be a whole lot of people in that eternal reign.
Yeah.
Here's a question. It says, when do you think Yahusha arrived on Eretz? I want to hear your thoughts. On the fourth day, the fourth millennium, year 4,000, earth year, the 4,000th earth year. So he was born, and then he died, resurrected, and ascended all on the 4,000th year on the earth timeline. That makes sense. We know that on that year, year 4,000, that in the beginning of the year, he was the Passover lamb, and then he became the sheaf, the waving of the sheaf on Bikurim. Okay, and then 40 days, he was on the earth for 40 days, and then on Pentecost or Shavuot, the 50th day, was the outpouring of Yahusha's spirit on the 120 in the upper chamber. And then from there to the end of that year was the end of the 4,000th year. On the Roman calendar, probably 30 AD. I don't know. I hope that answered your question. That's what I believe. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? You see if there's any more questions in the chat room here before we get all. I don't see any more questions in the chat room. Anybody here in the live broadcast got any thoughts, comments, questions? Want to share before we get off of here? If not, Brother Joe, you take us out of here with the priestly blessing.
No, there you go.
Before I do, I'd like to thank you for all that you do after watching my wife study so hard, and you do it every week, every day. I appreciated you before, but I even appreciate you more now.
Thanks, Joe. All esteemed for you.
Thank you, Mark. Okay. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch
We love you, brothers and sisters. We love you so
Have a
much.
safe week.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone. That was beautiful.
Love you all.
Bye, Sandra, if you're listening.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, June. Bye, Ike and Sharon. Bye, Joe.
Bye, bye-bye.
See
you next week.
you again soon.